Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Great. Welcome to Bloomsday 2026. Let's give a round of applause for the weather. Woo-hoo! My name is Kelsey Bates. I'm the director of the Rosenbach Museum and Library, and we are so glad to have you all here with us today for Bloomsday. And throughout the day, we're going to have activities happening inside the house, and we're about to open the doors right now. If you need to use the restroom, if you want to take a tour, if you want to go to our gift shop and buy some merch, you are welcome to go inside and do all of those things. We also ask that you consider becoming a member of the Rosenbach. Donate to make Bloomsday free every year. I hope all of you have your copies of Ulysses. I have mine here. If not, just sit back and relax and enjoy the readings today. To kick us off this morning, I'm honored to welcome the General Consul of Ireland, Gerald Angley.
Well, good afternoon. An early passage. So, stately, plump Buck Mulligan came from the stairhead, bearing a bowl of lather on which a mirror and a razor lay crossed. A yellow dressing gown, ungirdled, was sustained gently behind him on the mild morning air. He held the bowl aloft and intoned, "In troibo ad altere Dei." Halted, he peered down the dark winding stairs and called out coarsely, "Come up, Kinch, come up, you fearful Jesuit." Solemnly, he came forward and mounted the round gun rest. He faced about and blessed gravely thrice the tower, the surrounding land, and the awaking mountains. Then, catching sight of Stephen Dedalus, he bent towards him and made rapid crosses in the air, gurgling in his throat and shaking his head. Stephen Dedalus, displeased and sleepy, leaned his arms on the top of the staircase and looked coldly at the shaking, gurgling face that blessed him, equine in its length, and at the light, untonsured hair, grained and hued like pale oak. Buck Mulligan peeped an instant under the mirror and then covered the bowl smartly. "Back to barracks," he said sternly. He added in a preacher's tone, "For this, O dearly beloved, is the genuine Christine, body and soul, and blood and ounds. Slow music, please. Shut your eyes, gents. One moment. A little trouble about those white corpuscles. Silence all." He peered sideways up and gave a long, slow whistle of call, then paused a while in rapt attention, his even white teeth glistening here and there with gold points. Chrysostomus. Two strong, shrill whistles answered through the calm. "Thanks, old chap," he cried briskly. "That will do nicely. Switch off the current, will you?" He skipped off the gun rest and looked gravely at his watcher, gathering about his legs the loose folds of his gown. The plump, shadowed face and sullen oval jowl recalled a prelate, patron of arts in the Middle Ages. A pleasant smile broke quietly over his lips. "The mockery of it," he said gaily. "Your absurd name, an ancient Greek." He pointed his finger in friendly jest and went over to the parapet, laughing to himself. Stephen Dedalus stepped up, following him wearily halfway, and sat down on the edge of the gun rest, watching him still as he propped his mirror on the parapet, dipped the brush in the bowl, and lathered cheeks and neck. Buck Mulligan's gay voice went on. "My name is absurd too, Malachi Mulligan, two dactyls, but it has a Hellenic ring, hasn't it? Tripping and sunny like the Buck himself. We must go to Athens. Will you come if I can get the aunt to fork out 20 quid? He laid the brush aside and, laughing with delight, cried, "Will he come, the jejune Jesuit?" Ceasing, he began to shave with care. "Tell me, Mulligan," Stephen said quietly. "Yes, my love?" "How long is Haynes going to stay in this tower?" Buck Mulligan showed a shaven cheek over his right shoulder. "God, isn't he dreadful," he said frankly. A ponderous Saxon. He thinks you're not a gentleman. God knows bloody English. Bursting with money and indigestion. Because he comes from Oxford. You know, Daedalus, you have the real Oxford manner. He can't make you out. Oh, my name for you is the best. Kinch, the knife blade. He shaved warily over his chin. He was raving all night about a Black Panther, Stephen said. Where is his gun case? A woeful lunatic, Mulligan said. Were you in a funk? I was, Stephen said, with energy and growing fear. Out here in the dark with a man I don't know raving and moaning to himself about shooting a Black Panther. You saved men from drowning. I'm not a hero, however. If he stays on here, I am off. Buck Mulligan frowned at the lather on his razor blade. He hopped down from his perch and began to search his trouser pockets heavily. Scutter, he cried thickly. There we are.
Hello, there's been a change on the program. My name is Edward G. Pettit, and I am reading next. He came over to the gun rest and, thrusting a hand into Stephen's upper pocket, said, "Lend us a loan of your nose rag to wipe my razor." Stephen suffered him to pull out and hold up on show by its corner a dirty, crumpled handkerchief. Buck Mulligan wiped the razor blade neatly, then, gazing over the handkerchief, he said, "The bard's nose rag. A new art color for our Irish poets, snot green. You can almost taste it, can't you?" He mounted to the parapet again and gazed out over Dublin Bay, his fair oak-pale hair stirring slightly. "God," he said quietly, "isn't the sea what Algy calls it? A great sweet mother, the snot-green sea. Epi onopa ponton, Daedalus, the Greeks. I must teach you. You must read them. You must read them in the original. Thalata, Thalata. Sweet is our great, sweet mother. Come and look." Stephen stood up and went over to the parapet. Leaning on it, he looked down on the water and on the mailboat clearing the harbor mouth of Kingstown. "Our mighty mother," Buck Mulligan said. He turned abruptly, his gray, searching eyes from the sea to Stephen's face. "The aunt thinks you killed your mother," he said. "That's why she won't let me have anything to do with you." "Someone killed her," Stephen said gloomily. "You could have knelt down, damn it, Kinch, when your dying mother asked you," Buck Mulligan said. "I'm Hyperborean as much as you, but to think of your mother begging you with her last breath to kneel down and pray for her, and you refused. There is something sinister in you." He broke off and lathered again lightly his farther cheek. A tolerant smile curled his lips. "But a lovely mummer," he murmured to himself. "Kinch, the loveliest mummer of them all." He shaved evenly and with care, in silence, seriously. Stephen, an elbow rested on the jagged granite, leaned his palm against his brow and gazed at the fraying edge of his shiny black coat sleeve. Pain. That was not yet the pain of love, fretted his heart. Silently, in a dream, she had come to him after her death, her wasted body within its loose brown grave clothes giving off an odor of wax and rosewood, her breath that had bent upon him mute, reproachful, a faint odor of wetted ashes. Across the threadbare cuff edge, he saw the sea hailed as a great sweet mother by the well-fed voice beside him. The ring of bay and skyline held a dull green mass of liquid. A bowl of white china had stood beside her deathbed, holding the green, sluggish bile, which she had torn up from her rotting liver by fits of loud groaning, vomiting. Buck Mulligan wiped again his razor blade. "Ah, poor dog's buddy," he said in a kind voice. "I must give you a shirt and a few nose rags. How are the second-hand breeks?" "They fit well enough," Stephen answered. Buck Mulligan attacked the hollow beneath his underlip. "The mockery of it," he said contentedly. "Second leg they should be. God knows what poxy bowels he left them off. I have a lovely pair with a hair-striped gray. You'll look spiffing in them. I'm not joking, Kinch. You look damn well when you're dressed." "Thanks," Stephen said. "I can't wear them if they are gray." He can't wear them, Buck Mulligan told his face in the mirror. Etiquette is etiquette. He killed his mother, but he can't wear gray trousers.
An old woman came forward and stood by Stephen's elbow. "That's a lovely morning, sir," she said. "Glory be to God." "To whom?" Mulligan said, glancing at her. "Ah, to be sure." Stephen reached back and took the milk jug from the locker. "The islanders," Mulligan said to Haynes casually, "speak frequently of the collector of prepuces." "How much, sir?" asked the old woman. "A quart," Stephen said. He watched her pour into the measure and thence into the jug rich white milk, not hers, old shrunken paps. She poured again a measureful and a tilly. Old and secret, she had entered from a morning world, maybe a messenger. She praised the goodness of the milk, pouring it out, crouching by a patient cow at daybreak in a lush field, a witch on her toadstool, her wrinkled fingers quick at the squirting dugs. They loud about her whom they knew, do silky cattle, silk of the kind and poor old women. Names given her in old times, a wandering crone, lowly form of an immortal serving her conqueror and her gay betrayer, their common coquean, a messenger from the secret morning, to serve or to upbraid, whether he could not tell, but scorned to beg her favor. "It is indeed, ma'am," Buck Mulligan said, pouring milk into their cups. "Taste it, sir," she said. He drank at her bidding. "If we could live on good food like that," he said to her somewhat loudly, "we wouldn't have the country full of rotten teeth and rotten guts, living in a bog swamp, eating cheap food, and the streets paved with dust, horse dung, and consumptive spits." "Are you a medical student?" the old woman asked. "I am, ma'am," Buck Mulligan answered. "Look at that now," she said. Stephen listened in scornful silence. She bows her old head to a voice that speaks to her loudly, her bone setter, her medicine man, me, she slights, to the voice that will shrive and oil for the grave all there is of her but her woman's unclean loins. Of man's flesh, made not in God's likeness, the serpent's prey, and to the loud voice that now bids her to be silent with wondering, unsteady eyes. "Do you understand what he said?" Stephen asked her. "Is it French you are talking, sir?" the old woman said to Haynes. Haynes spoke to her again, a longer speech, confidently. "Irish," Buck Mulligan said. "Is there Gaelic on you?" "I thought it was Irish," she said, "by the sound of it. Are you from the West, sir?" "I am an Englishman," Haynes answered. "He's English," Buck Mulligan said, "and he thinks we ought to speak Irish in Ireland."
Another change to our reading schedule. The next reader is Ted Howe.
"What's your idea of Hamlet?" Haynes asked Stephen. No, Buck Mulligan shouted in pain. "I'm not equal to Thomas Aquinas and the 55 reasons he has made out to prop it up. Wait till I have a few pints in me first." He turned to Stephen, saying, as he pulled down neatly the peaks of his primrose waistcoat, "You couldn't manage it under 3 pints, Kinch, could you?" "It has waited so long," Stephen said listlessly. "It can wait longer." "You pique my curiosity," Haynes said amiably. "Is it some paradox?" Buck Mulligan said, "We have grown out of wild and paradoxes. It's quite simple. He proves by algebra that Hamlet's grandson is Shakespeare's grandfather, and that he himself is the ghost of his own father." "What?" Haynes said, beginning to point at Stephen. "He himself?" Buck Mulligan slung his towel stolewise round his neck and, bending in loose laughter, said to Stephen's ear, "Oh, shade of Kinch the elder, Japhet in search of a father." "We're always tired in the morning," Stephen said to Haynes, "and it is rather long to tell." Buck Mulligan, walking forward again, raised his hands. The sacred pint alone can unbind the tongue of Daedalus, he said. I mean to say, Haynes explained to Stephen as they followed, this tower and these cliffs here remind me somehow of Elsinore. That beetles o'er his base into the sea, isn't it? Buck Mulligan turned suddenly for an instant towards Stephen, but did not speak. In the bright, silent instant, Stephen saw his own image in cheap, dusty mourning between their gay attires. It's a wonderful tale, Haynes said, bringing them to halt again. Eyes, pale as the sea the wind had freshened, paler, firm, and prudent. The sea's ruler, he gazed southward over the bay, empty save for the smoke plume of the mail boat vague on the bright skyline, and a sail tacking by the Muglins. I read a theological interpretation of it somewhere, he said, amused. The Father and the Son idea. The Son striving to be atoned with the Father. Buck Mulligan at once put on a blithe, broadly smiling face. He looked at them, his well-shaped mouth open happily, his eyes, from which he had suddenly withdrawn all shrewd sense, blinking with mad gaiety. He moved a doll's head to and fro, the brims of his Panama hat quivering, and began to chant in a quiet, happy, foolish voice. I'm the queerest young fellow that ever you heard. My mother's a Jew, my father's a bird. With Joseph the joiner I cannot agree, so here's to disciples and Calvary. He held up a forefinger of warning. If anyone thinks that I'm not divine, he'll get no free drinks when I'm making the wine, but have to drink water and wish it were plain that I make when the wine becomes water again. He tugged swiftly at Stephen's ash plant and farewell, and running forward to a brow of the cliff, fluttered his hands at his side like fins or wings of one about to rise in the air, and chanted, Goodbye now, goodbye. Write down all I said, and tell Tom, Dick, and Harry I rose from the dead. What's bred in the bone cannot fail me to fly, and all of it's breezy. Goodbye now, goodbye. He capered before them down towards the 40-foot hole, fluttering his wing-like hands, leaping nimbly, Mercury's hat quivering in the fresh wind that bore back to them his brief, bird-sweet cries. Haynes, who had been laughing guardedly, walked on beside Stephen and said, We oughtn't to laugh, I suppose. He's rather blasphemous. I'm not a believer myself, that is to say. Still, his gaiety takes the harm out of it somehow, doesn't it? What does he call it? Joseph the Joiner? The Ballad of Joking Jesus, Stephen answered. Oh, Haynes said, you have heard it before? 3 times a day, after meals, Stephen said dryly. You're not a believer, are you? Haynes asked. I mean, a believer in the narrow sense of the word. Creation from nothing and miracles and a personal God. There is only one sense of the word, it seems to me, Stephen said.
A stick struck in the door, and a voice in the corridor called, Hockey! They broke asunder, sidling out of their benches, leaping them. Quickly they were gone, and from the lumber room came the rattle of sticks and the clamor of their boots and tongues. Sargent, who alone had lingered, came forward slowly, showing an open copybook. His tangled hair and scraggy neck gave witness of unreadiness, and through his misty glasses, weak eyes looked up, pleading. On his cheek, dull and bloodless, a soft stain of inkway, date-shaped, recent, and damp as a snail's bed. He held out his copybook. The word sums was written on the headline. Beneath were sloping figures, and at the foot, a crooked signature with blind loops and a blot. Cyril Sargent, his name and seal. Mr. Deasy told me to write them out all again, he said, and show them to you, sir. Stephen touched the edges of the book. Futility. Do you understand how to do them now? He asked. Numbers 11 to 15, Sargent answered. Mr. Deasy said I was to copy them off the board, sir. Can you do them yourself? Stephen asked. No, sir. Ugly and futile, lean neck and tangled hair, and a stain of ink, a snail's bed. Yet someone had loved him, borne him in her arms and in her heart. But for her, the race of the world would have trampled him underfoot, a squashed, boneless snail.
She had loved his weak, watery blood drained from her own. Was that then real? The only true thing in life? His mother's prostrate body, the fiery Columbanus in holy zeal bestrode. She was no more, the trembling skeleton of a twig, burnt in fire, an odor of rosewood and wetted ashes. She had saved him from being trampled underfoot and had gone, scarcely having been. A poor soul gone to heaven, and on a heath beneath winking stars, a fox, red reek of rapine in his fur, with merciless bright eyes, scraped in the earth, listened, scraped up the earth, listened, scraped, and scraped. Sitting at his side, Stephen solved out the problem. He solves by algebra that Shakespeare's ghost is Hamlet's grandfather. Sergeant peered askance through his slanted glasses. Hockey sticks rattled in the lumber room, the hollow knock of a ball, and calls from the field. Across the page, the symbols moved in grave Morris, in the mummery of their letters, wearing quaint caps of squares and cubes. Give hands, traverse, bow to partner. So, imps of fancy of the Moors, gone too from the world, Averroes and Moses Maimonides, dark men in mien and movement, flashing in their mocking mirrors the obscure soul of the world, a darkness shining in brightness that brightness could not comprehend. Do you understand now? Can you work the second for yourself? Yes, sir. In long, shaky strokes, Sergeant copied the data. Waiting always for a word of help, his hand moved faithfully the unsteady symbols, a faint hue of shame flickering behind his dull skin. Amor matris, subjective and objective genitive. With her weak blood in way-sour milk, she had fed him and hid from sight of others his swaddling bands. Like him was I, these sloping shoulders, this gracelessness. My childhood bends beside me, too far from me to lay hand there once or lightly. Mine is far, and his secret as our eyes. Secrets, silent, stony, sit in the dark palaces of both our hearts. Secrets weary of their tyranny, tyrants, willing to be dethroned. The sum was done. It is very simple, Stephen said as he stood up. Yes, sir, thanks, Sergeant answered. He dried the page with a sheet of thin blotting paper and carried his copybook back to his bench. You had better get your stick and go out to the others, Stephen said as he followed towards the door of the boy's graceless form. Yes, sir. In the corridor, his name was heard, called from the playfield. Sergeant! Run on, Stephen said. Mr. Deasy is calling you.
Stale, smoky air hung in the study with the smell of drab, abraded leather of its chairs. As on the first day, he bargained with me here. As it was in the beginning, is now. On the sideboard, the tray of Stuart coins, base treasure of a bog, and ever shall be. And snug in their spoon case of purple plush, faded, the 12 apostles, having preached to all the Gentiles, world without end. A hasty step over the stone porch and in the corridor. Blowing out his rare mustache, Mr. Deasy halted at the table. First, our little financial settlement, he said. He brought out of his coat pocket a pocketbook bound by a leather thong. It slapped open, and he took from it 2 notes, one of joined halves, and laid them carefully on the table. 2, he said, strapping and stowing his pocketbook away. And now his strong-arm room for the gold. Stephen's embarrassed hand moved over the shells heaped in the corner stone mortar, whelks and money cowries and leopard shells, and this whirled as an emir's turban, and this the scallop of St. James, an old pilgrim's hoard, dead treasure, hollow shells. A sovereign fell, bright and new, on the soft pile on the tablecloth. 3, Mr. Deasy said, turning his little savings box about in his hand. These are handy things to have. See, this is for sovereigns, this for shillings, 6pence, half crowns, and here crowns. See? He shot from it 2 crowns and 2 shillings. 3.12, he said. I think you'll find that's right. Thank you, sir, Stephen said, gathering the money together with shy haste and putting it all in a pocket of his trousers. "No thanks at all," Mr. Deasy said. "You have earned it." Stephen's hand, free again, went back to the hollow shells, symbols, too, of beauty and of power. A lump in my pocket, symbols soiled by greed and misery. "Don't carry it like that," Mr. Deasy said. "You'll pull it out somewhere and lose it. You just buy one of those machines. You'll find it very handy. Answer something." "Well, mine would often be empty," Stephen said. "The same room and hour, the same wisdom, and I the same. 3 times now, 3 nooses round me here. Well, I can break them in this instant if I will." "Because you don't save," Mr. Deasy said, pointing his finger. "You don't know what money is. Money is power. When you have lived as long as I have, I know, in my youth, if youth but knew. But what did Shakespeare say? Put but money in thy purse." "Iago," Stephen murmured. He lifted his gaze from the idle shells to the old man's stare. "He knew what money was," Mr. Deasy said. "He made money, a poet, yes, but an Englishman too. And do you know what is the pride of the English? Do you know what is the proudest word you will ever hear from an Englishman's mouth? The sea's ruler?" His sea-cold eyes looked on the empty bay. "It seems history is to blame, on me and on my words, unhating. That on his empire," Stephen said, "the sun never sets?" "Bah," Mr. Deasy cried, "that's not English. A French Celt said that." He tapped his savings box against his thumbnail. "I will tell you," he said solemnly, what is his proudest boast. "I paid my way." Good man, good man. "I paid my way. I never borrowed a shilling in my life. Can you feel that? I owe nothing. Can you? Mulligan, 9 pounds, 3 pair of socks, 1 pair brogue ties, Curran, 10 guineas, McCann, 1 guinea, Fred Ryan, 2 shillings, Temple, 2 lunches, Russell, 1 guinea, Cousins, 10 shillings, Bob Reynolds, half a guinea, Kohler, 3 guineas, Mrs. McKernan, 5 weeks' board. The lump I have is useless." "For the moment, no," Stephen answered. Mr. Deasy laughed with rich delight, putting back his savings box. "I knew you couldn't," he said joyously. "But one day you must feel it. We are a generous people, but we must also be just." "I fear those big words," Stephen said, "which make us so unhappy."
A point, live dog, grew into sight, running across the sweep of sand. "Lord, is he going to attack me?" "Respect his liberty. You will not be master of others or their slave. I have my stick. Sit tight." From farther away, walking shoreward across the crested tide, figures, 2. The 2 Marys. They have tucked it safe among the bulrushes. "Peekaboo, I see you." No, the dog. He's running back to them. Who? Galleys of the Lachlan's ran here to beach. In quest of prey, their blood-beaked prows low on a molten pewter surf. Dane Vikings, torques of tomahawks a-glitter on their breasts. When Malachi wore the collar of gold, a school of turtle-hide whales stranded in hot noon, sprouting, hobbling in the shadows. Then, from the starving cagework city, a horde of jerkin dwarfs, my people, with flares, knives, running, scaling, hobbling in the shadows. Then, from the hacking in the green blubbery whale meat, famine, plague, and slaughters. Their blood is in me, their lust in my waves. I moved among them on the frozen Liffey, that I, a changeling among the sputtering resin fires,
spoke to no one, and none to me. The dog's bark ran toward him, stopped, ran back. Dog of my enemy, I just simply stood, pale, silent, bayed about. Terribilia meditans. A primrose doublet, fortune's knaves smiled on my fear. For that you are pining, the bark of their applause. Pretenders live their lives. The Bruce's brother, Thomas Fitzgerald, Silken Knight, Perkin Warbuck, York's false scion, in breeches of silk, of white rose ivory, wonder of a day, and Lambert Simnel with a tale of Nans and Sutlers, a scullion crowned, all kings' sons. Paradise of pretenders, then and now. He saved men from drowning, and you shake at a cur's yelping. But the courtiers who mocked Guido in Or San Michel were in their own house. House of, we don't want any of your medieval abstrusities. Would you do what he did? A boat would be near, a lifebuoy, natuurlijk, put there for you. Would you or would you not? The man that was drowned 9 days ago off Maiden's Rock, they are waiting for him now. The truth, spit it out. I would try. I'm not a strong swimmer. Water, cold and soft. When I put my face into it in the basin at Clongowes, can't see. Who's behind me? Out, quickly, quickly. Do you see the tide flowing quickly in on all sides? Sheeting the lows of sand quickly. Shell, cocoa-colored. If I had land under my feet, I want his life still to be his and mine to be mine. A drowning man, his human eyes scream to me out of horror of his death. I, with him together down, I could not save her. Waters, bitter death, lost.
Touch me. Soft eyes, soft, soft, soft hand. I am lonely here. Oh, touch me soon now. What is that word known to all men? I am quiet here alone, sad too. Touch. Touch me. He lay back at full stretch over the sharp rocks, cramming the scribbled note and pencil into a pocket, his hat tilted down on his eyes. That is Kevin Egan's movement I made, nodding for his nap, Sabbath sleep. Evit Deus, et er involved bona. Hello, bonjour. Welcome as the flowers in May. Under its leaf he watched through peacock twittering lashes the southing sun. I am caught in this burning scene. Pan's hour, the faunal noon. Among gum-heavy serpent plants, milk oozing fruits, where on the tawny waters leaves lie wide. Pain is far, and no more turn aside and brood. His gaze brooded on his broad-toed boots, a buck's cast-offs, nebeneinander. He counted the creases of rucked leather wherein another's foot had nested warm. The foot that beat the ground in tripudium, foot I dissolve. But you were delighted when Esther Oswald's shoe went on you, girl I knew in Paris. Tiens que petit pied. Staunch friend of brother soul. Wild's love that dare not speak its name. His arm, Cranley's arm. He now will leave me. And the blame? As I am. As I am, all or not at all. In long lassos from the Cock Lake, the water flowed full, covering green goldenly lagoons of sand, rising, flowing. My ash plant will float away. I shall wait. No. On passing, chafing against the low rock, swirling, passing. Better get this job over quick. Listen. A four-worded wave speech. Sisu, hers, sais, ooth. vehement breath of waters amid sea snakes, rearing horses, rocks. In cups of rocks it slops, flop, slop, slap, bounded in barrels, and spent. Its speech ceases. It flows purling, widely flowing, floating foam pool, flower unfurling. Under the upswelling tide, he saw the writhing weeds lift languidly and sway reluctant arms, hissing up their petticoats. In whispering waters, swaying and upturning coy silver fronds. Day by day, night by night, lifted, flooded, and let fall. Lord, they are weary, and whispered to, they sigh. St. Ambrose heard it, sigh of leaves and waves, waiting, awaiting the fullness of their times. Debus hoc noctibus unurius patiens ingemiscit. To no end gathered, vainly, then released, forth flowing, wending back. Loam of the moon, weary too in sight of lovers, lascivious men, a naked woman shining in her courts. She draws a toil of waters.
Mr. Leopold Bloom ate with relish the inner organs of beasts and fowls. He liked thick giblet soup, nutty gizzards, a stuffed roast heart, liver slices fried with crust crumbs, fried hen cod's roes. Most of all, he liked grilled mutton kidneys, which gave to his palate a fine tang of faintly scented urine. Kidneys were in his mind as he moved about the kitchen softly, writing her breakfast things on the humpy tray. Gelid light and air were in the kitchen, but out of doors, gentle summer morning everywhere made him feel a bit peckish. The coals were reddening. Another slice of bread and butter, 3, 4, right. She didn't like her plate full, right. He turned from the tray, lifted the kettle off the hob, and set it sideways on the fire. It sat there, dull and squat, its spout stuck out. Cup of tea soon, good, mouth dry. The cat walked stiffly round a leg of the table, with tail on high. Meow. Oh, there you are, Mr. Bloom said, turning from the fire. The cat mewed in answer and stalked again stiffly round a leg of the table, mewing, just how she stalks over my writing table. Purr. Scratch my head, purr. Mr. Bloom watched curiously, kindly, the lithe black form. Clean to see, the gloss of her sleek hide, the white button under the butt of her tail, the green flashing eyes. He bent down to her, his hands on his knees. Milk for the pussins, he said. Meow, the cat cried. They call them stupid. They understand what we say better than we understand them. She understands all she wants to. Vindictive, too. Cruel. Her nature. Curious, mice never squeal. Seem to like it. Wonder what I look like to her. Height of a tower? No, she can jump me. Afraid of the chickens she is, he said mockingly. Afraid of the chook-chooks. I never saw such a stupid pussins as the pussins. Meow, the cat said loudly. She blinked up out of her avid, shame-closing eyes, mewing plaintively and long, showing him her milk-white teeth. He watched the dark eye slits narrowing with greed till her eyes were green stones. Then he went to the dresser, took the jug Hanlon's milkman had just filled for him, poured warm bubbled milk on a saucer and set it slowly on the floor. Grrr, she cried, running to lap. He watched the bristles shining wirily in the weak light as she tipped 3 times and licked lightly. Wonder is it true, if you clip them, they can't mouse after. Why? They shine in the dark, perhaps, the tips, or kind of feelers in the dark, perhaps. He listened to her licking lap, Ham and eggs? No. No good eggs with this drought. Want pure, fresh water. Thursday, not a good day either for a mutton kidney at Buckley's. Fried with butter, a shake of pepper. Better a pork kidney at Dlugac while the kettle is boiling. She laps slower than licking the saucer clean. Why are their tongues so rough? To lap better, all porous holes. Nothing she can eat? He glanced round him. No. On quietly creaky boots, he went up the staircase to the hall, paused by the bedroom door. She might like something tasty. Thin bread and butter she likes in the morning. Still, perhaps, once in a way? He said softly in the bare hall, I'm going round the corner. Be back in a minute. And when he had heard his voice say it, he added, You don't want anything for breakfast? Sleepy's soft grunt answered, No, she didn't want anything. He heard then a warm, heavy sigh, softer, as she turned over, and the loose brass quoits of the bedstead jingled. Must get those settled, really. Pity, all the way from Gibraltar. Forgotten any little Spanish she knew. Wonder what her father gave for it. Old style. Ah, yes, of course. Bought it at the governor's auction. Got a short knock. Ah, hard as nails at a bargain, old Tweedy. Yes, sir. At Plevna, that was. I rose from the ranks, sir, and I'm proud of it. Still, he had brains enough to make that corner in stamps. Now, that was far-seeing.
Two letters and a card lay on the hall floor. He stooped and gathered them. Mrs. Marion Bloom. His quickened heart slowed at once. Bold hand, Mrs. Marion. Poldy! Entering the bedroom, he half closed his eyes and walked through warm, yellow twilight towards her tousled head. Who are the letters for? He looked at them. Mullingar, Millie. A letter for you from Millie, he said carefully, and a card for you, and a letter for you. He laid her card and letter on the twill bedspread near the curve of her knees. Do you want the blind up? Letting the blind up by gentle tugs halfway, his backward eye saw her glance at the letter and tuck it under her pillow. That do? He asked, turning. She was reading the card, propped on her elbow. She got the things, she said. He waited till she had laid the card aside and curled herself back slowly with a snug sigh. Hurry up with that tea, she said. I'm parched. The kettle is boiling, he said. But he delayed to clear the chair. Her striped petticoat tossed soiled linen and lifted all in an armful onto the foot of the bed. As he went down the kitchen stairs, she called, Poldy! What? Scald the teapot. On the boil, sure enough, a plume of steam from the spout. He scalded and rinsed out the teapot and put in 4 full spoons of tea, tilting the kettle then to let the water flow in. Having set it to draw, he took off the kettle, crushed the pan flat on the live coals, and watched the lump of butter slide and melt. While he unwrapped the kidney, the cat mewed hungrily against him. Give her too much meat, she won't mouse. Say they won't eat pork. Kosher. Here. He let the blood-smeared paper fall to her and dropped the kidney amid the sizzling butter sauce. Pepper. He sprinkled it through his fingers ringwise from the chipped egg cup. Then he slit open his letter, glancing down the page and over. Thanks, New Tam, Mr. Coughlin, Lof Alal, picnic, young student, Blazes Boland's Seaside Girls. The tea was drawn. He filled his own mustache cup, sham crown derby smiling. Silly Millie's birthday gift. Only 5 she was then. No, wait, 4. I gave her the amberoid necklace she broke, putting pieces of folded brown paper in the letterbox for her. He smiled. pouring. Oh, Millie Bloom, you are my darling. You are my looking glass from night to morning. I'd rather have you without a farthing than Katy Cow with her ass and garden. Poor old Professor Goodwin, dreadful old case. Still, he was a courteous old chap. Old-fashioned way, he used to bow Molly off the platform and the little mirror in his silk hat. The night Millie brought it into the parlor, oh, look what I found in Professor Goodwin's hat. Oh, we laughed, sex breaking out even then. Pert little piece she was. He prodded a fork into the kidney and slapped it over, then fitted the teapot on the tray. Its hump bumped as he took it up. Everything on it, bread and butter, sugar, spoon, her cream, yes. He carried it upstairs, his thumb hooked in the teapot handle. Nudging the door open with his knee, he carried the tray in and set it on the chair by the bedhead. What a time you were, she said. She set the brasses jingling as she raised herself briskly, an elbow on the pillow. He looked calmly down on her bulk and between her large, soft bubs sloping within her nightdress like a she-goat's udder. The warmth of her couched body rose on the air, mingling with the fragrance of the tea she poured.
Hello, everyone. Happy Bloomsday. A lot of familiar faces out there. And some new ones this year. Thank you for attending. I'd like to thank our sponsors. This is a very big endeavor for us to put on every year, and our sponsors this year are the Consulate General of Ireland's Emigrant Support Program, the wonderful, very dear Lenny Steiner and Perry Lerner, and our good friends from across the river, the South Jersey Celtic Society. A couple notes for today in the programs that you have. It says there's a music program at the Academy of Vocal Arts about a block away. Well, they had a power failure yesterday, and the power's out in their building, so that 3 o'clock music program will not happen, but the AVA singers and pianists will be here for the end of the day to play before and after Molly Bloom. Inside the Rosenbach, you will find a membership table if you feel like you would love to join the Rosenbach, and that is the best way to help support us in the programs that we do and to help care for our collections. There's also merch inside. We've got lots of lovely items for you to buy this year. And right now, our courses are on sale. A couple courses are on sale. There's some summer courses, but there's 2 fall courses that meet in person here at the Rosenbach, one on Ulysses and one on Finnegan's Wake. And they meet once a month in the building, and they last for 9 months. You meet once a month for 9 months. And if you sign up today for either of those courses, you will get a 10% discount. If you're a member, you already get a 10% discount. So if you're a member, you get a 20% discount off of either of those courses. But they're on sale today. That 10% is only good for Bloomsday. You can sign up inside. You can do it on your phone at rosenbach.org. And we will take a short break, and the reading starts again at 2 o'clock. See you then. All right, everyone, we're going to get started again. And welcome to Bloomsday.
A strip of torn envelope peeped from under the dimpled pillow. In the act of going, he stayed to straighten the bedspread. "Who was the letter from?" he asked.
Bold hand, Marion. Oh, Boylan, she said. He's bringing the program.
"What are you singing?"
La Chidarum with J.C. Doyle, she said, and love's old sweet song.
Her full lips, drinking, smiled. Rather stale smell that incense leaves next day, like foul flower water. "Would you like the window open a little?"
She doubled a slice of bread into her mouth, asking, "What time is the funeral?"
11, I think, he answered. "I didn't see the paper." Following the pointing of her finger, he took up a leg of her soiled drawers from the bed. No, then a twisted gray garter looped round a stocking, rumpled, shiny sole.
No, that book.
Of the stocking, her petticoat.
It must have fell down, she said.
He felt here and there, volio ino vore. Wonder if she pronounces that right. Volio. Not in the bed. Must have slid down. He stooped and lifted the valance. The book, fallen, sprawled against the bulge of the orange-keyed chamber pot.
Show it here, she said. I put a mark in it. There's a word I wanted to ask you.
She swallowed a draught of tea from her cup, held by a knot handle, and, having wiped her fingertips smartly on the blanket, began to search the text with a hairpin till she reached the word. "Madam what?" he asked.
Here, she said. What does that mean?
He leaned downward and read near her polished thumbnail. "Metempsychosis?"
Yes. Who's he when he's at home?
Metempsychosis, he said, frowning. It's Greek, from the Greek. That means the transmigration of souls.
Oh, rocks, she said. Tell us in plain words.
He smiled, glancing askance at her mocking eyes. The same young eyes. The first night after the charades. Dolphin's Barn. He turned over the smudged pages. Ruby, the pride of the ring. Hello. Illustration. Fierce Italian with carriage whip. Must be Ruby, pride of the on the floor naked. Sheet kindly lent. The monster Maffei desisted and flung his victim from him with an oath. Cruelty behind it all. Doped animals. Trapeze at Hengler's. Had to look the other way. Mob gaping. Break your neck and we'll break our sides. Families of them. Bone them young so they metempsychosis. That we live after death. Our souls. That a man's soul after he dies. Dignum's soul. Did you finish it? He asked.
Yes, she said. There's nothing smutty in it. Is she in love with the first fella all the time?
Never read it. Do you want another?
Yes, get another of Paul de Cox. Nice name he has. She poured more tea into her cup, watching it flow sideways.
Must get that Capitol Street Library book renewed, or they'll write to Kearney, my guarantor. Reincarnation. That's the word. Some people believe, he said, that we go on living in another body after death, that we lived before. They call it reincarnation. That we all lived before on the earth thousands of years ago, or some other planet. They say we have forgotten it. Some say they remember their past lives. The sluggish cream wound curdling spirals through her tea. Better remind her of the word metempsychosis. An example would be better. An example, the bath of the nymph over the bed, given away with the Easter number of photo bits. Splendid masterpiece in art colors. Tea before you put milk in. Not unlike her with her hair down, slimmer. 3 and 6 I gave her for the frame. She said it would look nice over the bed. Naked nymphs. Greece, and for instance, all the people that lived then. He turned the pages back. Metempsychosis, he said, what the ancient Greeks called it. They used to believe you could be changed into an animal or a tree, for instance. What they called nymphs, for example. Her spoon ceased to stir up the sugar. She gazed straight before her, inhaling through her arched nostrils.
There's a smell of burn, she said. Did you leave anything on the fire?
The kidney, he cried suddenly.
And another reader not on your schedule. Please welcome a very good friend of the Rosenbach, our state senator, Nikhil Saval.
He fitted the book roughly into his inner pocket and, stubbing his toes against the broken commode, hurried out towards the smell, stepping hastily down the stairs with a flurried stork's legs. Pungent smoke shot up in an angry jet from a side of the pan. By prodding a prong of the fork under the kidney, he detached it and turned it turtle on its back. Only a little burned. He tossed it off the pan onto a plate and let the scanty brown gravy trickle over it. Cup of tea now. He sat down, cut and buttered a slice of the loaf. He shore away the burnt flesh and flung it to the cat. Then he put a forkful into his mouth, chewing with discernment the toothsome, pliant meat. Done to a turn, a mouthful of tea. Then he cut away dies of bread, sopped one in the gravy, and put it in his mouth. What was that about some young student and a picnic? He creased out the letter at his side, reading it slowly as he chewed, sopping another die of bread in the gravy and raising it to his mouth. Dearest Papley, thanks ever so much for the lovely birthday present. It suits me splendid. Everyone says I'm quite the belle in my new tam. I got Mummy's lovely box of creams and I'm writing. They're lovely. I'm getting on swimming in the photo business now. Mr. Coughlin took one of me and Mrs. We'll send when developed. We did great biz yesterday. Fair day and all the beef to the heels we were in. We are going to Lough Owel on Monday with a few friends to make a scrap picnic. Give my love to Mummy and to yourself a big kiss and thanks. I hear them at the piano downstairs. There is to be a concert in the Greville Arms on Saturday. There is a young student comes here some evenings named Bannon. His cousins or something are big swells. He sings Boylan's I was on the pop of writing Blaze's Boylan's song about those seaside girls. Tell him Silly Millie sends my best respects. Must now close with fondest love. Your fond daughter, Millie. P.S. Excuse bad writing. I'm in a hurry. Bye-bye, M. 15 yesterday. Curious, 15th of the month, too. Her first birthday away from home. Separation. Remember the summer morning she was born, running to knock up Mrs. Thornton in Denzil Street. Jolly old woman. Lots of babies she must have helped into the world. She knew from the first poor little Rudy wouldn't live. Well, God is good, sir. She knew at once. He would be 11 now, if he had lived. His vacant face stared pitying at the postscript. Excuse bad writing. Hurry, piano downstairs. Coming out of her shell. Row with her in the XL Cafe about the bracelet. Wouldn't eat her cakes or speak or look. Saucebox. He sopped other dies of bread in the gravy and ate piece after piece of kidney. 12 and 6 a week, not much. Still, she might do worse. Music hall stage. Young student. He drank a draught of cooler tea to wash down his meal. Then he read the letter again. Twice. Oh well. She knows how to mind herself. But if not, no, nothing has happened. Of course it might. Wait in any case till it does. A wild piece of goods. Her slim legs running up the staircase. Destiny. Ripening now. Vain. Very.
He smiled with troubled affection at the kitchen window. Day I caught her in the street, pinching her cheeks to make them red. Anemic a little, was given milk too long. On the errands king that day round the kish, damned old tub pitching about, not a bit funky. Her pale blue scarf loose in the wind with her hair, all dimpled cheeks and curls, your head it simply swirls. Seaside girls, torn envelope, hands stuck in his trousers pockets. Jarvey off for the day, singing, friend of the family. Swirls, he says. Pier with lamps, summer evening band. Those girls, those lovely seaside girls. Millie too, young kisses, the first. Fall away now past, Mrs. Marion. Reading, lying back now, counting the strands of her hair, smiling, braiding. A soft qualm, regret, flowed down his backbone, increasing. Will happen, yes. Prevent, useless. Can't move. Girl's sweet, light lips. Will happen too. He felt the flowing qualm spread over him. Useless to move now. Lips kissed, kissing kissed. Full, gluey woman's lips.
Another reader change to the program. Up next is Brian Haney.
A flower. I think it's a yellow flower with flattened petals. Not annoyed then? What does she say? Dear Henry, I got your last letter to me and thank you very much for it. I am sorry you did not like my last letter. Why did you enclose the stamps? I am awfully angry with you. I do wish I could punish you for that. I called you naughty boy because I do not like that other word. Please tell me what is the real meaning of that word. Are you not happy in your home, you poor little naughty boy? I do wish I could do something for you. Please tell me what you think of poor me. I often think of the beautiful name you have. Dear Henry, when will we meet? I think of you so often you have no idea. I have never felt myself so drawn to a man as you. I feel so bad about that. Please write me a long letter and tell me more. Remember, if you do not, I will punish you. So now you know what I will do, you naughty boy, if you do not wrote. Oh, how I long to meet you. Henry, dear, do not deny my request before my patience are exhausted. Then I will tell you all. Goodbye now, naughty darling. I have such a bad headache today. And write by return to your longing, Martha. P.S. Do tell me what kind of perfume does your wife use? I want to know. X, 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 X. He tore the flower gravely from its pinhold, smelt its almost no smell, and placed it in his heart pocket. Language of flowers. They like it because no one can hear. Or a poison bouquet to strike him down. Then, walking slowly forward, he read the letter again, murmuring here and there a word. Angry tulips, With you, darling manflower, punish your cactus. If you don't please, poor forget-me-not, how I long violets to dear roses, when we soon anemone meet, all naughty night-stalk wife Martha's perfume. Having read it all, he took it from the newspaper and put it back in his side pocket. Weak joy opened his lips, changed since the first letter. Wonder, did she wrote it herself? Doing the indignant, a girl of a good family like me, respectable character, could meet one Sunday after the rosary. Thank you, not having any. Usual love scrimmage, then running round corners, bad as a row with Molly. Cigar has a cooling effect. Narcotic. Go further next time. Naughty boy. Punish. Afraid of words, of course. Brutal, why not? Try it anyhow. A bit of a time. Fingering still the letter in his pocket, he drew the pin out of it. Common pin, eh? He threw it on the road, out of her clothes somewhere, pinned together. Queer, the number of pins they always have. No roses without thorns.
The cold smell of the sacred stone called him. He trod the worn steps, pushed the swing door, and entered softly by the rear. Something going on, some sodality, pity so empty. Nice, discreet place to be next to some girl who was my neighbor, jammed by the hour to slow music. That woman at midnight mass, seventh heaven. Women knelt in the benches with crimson halters round their necks, heads bowed. A batch knelt at the altar rails. The priest went along by them, murmuring, holding the thing in his hands. He stopped at each, took out a communion, shook a drop or two, are they in water? And put it neatly in her mouth. Her hat and head sank. Then the next one, her hat sank at once. Then the next one, a small old woman. The priest bent down to put it into her mouth, murmuring all the time, Latin. The next one. Shut your eyes and open your mouth. What? Corpus. Body, corpse. Good idea, the Latin. Stupefies them first. Hospice for the dying. They don't seem to chew it, only swallow it down. Rum idea, eating bits of a corpse. Why, the cannibals cotton to it. He stood aside, watching their blind masks pass down the aisle one by one and seek their places. He approached a bench and seated himself in its corner, nursing his hat and newspaper. These pots we have to wear, we ought to have hats modeled on our heads. They were about him here and there, with heads still bowed in their crimson halters, waiting for it to melt in their stomachs. Something like those mazeth, it's that sort of bread, unleavened shrew bread. Look at them. Oh, I bet it makes them feel happy. Lollipop. It does. Yes, bread of angels, it's called. There's a big idea behind it, kind of kingdom of God within you feel. First communicants. Hokey pokey, penny a lump. Then all feel like one family party, same in the theater, all in the same swim. They do, I'm sure of that. Not so lonely in our confraternity. Then come out a bit spreeish, let off steam. Thing is, you really believe in it. Lord's cure, waters of oblivion, and the knock apparition, statues bleeding. Old fellow asleep near that confession box, hence those snores, blind faith. Safe in the arms of kingdom come. Wake this time next year. He saw the priest stow the communion cup away, well in, and kneel an instant before it, showing a large gray boot sole from under the lace affair he had on. Suppose he lost the pin of his. He wouldn't know what to do. Bald spot behind, letters on his back. INRI? No, IHS. Molly told me one time I asked her, I have sinned. Or no, I have suffered. Is it? And the other one, iron nails ran in. Meet one Sunday after the rosary. Do not deny my request. Turn up with a veil and a black bag. Dusk and the light behind her. She might be here with a ribbon round her neck and do the other thing all the same on the sly. Their character. That fellow that turned Queen's evidence on the Invincibles, he used to receive Carey was his name, the communion every morning, this very church. Peter Carey, yes? No, Peter Claver I'm thinking of. Dennis Carey. And just imagine that. Wife and 6 children at home and plotting that murder the whole time. Those crawl thumpers. Now that's a good name for them. There's always something shifty looking about them. They're not straight men of business either. Oh, no. She's not here, the flower. No, no. By the way, did I tear up that envelope? Yes, under the bridge. The priest was rinsing out the chalice. He then tossed off the dregs smartly. Wine. Makes it more aristocratic than, for example, if he drank what they're used to, Guinness's porter or some temperance beverage, Wheatley's Dublin's hop bitters, or Cantrell and Cochrane's ginger ale, aromatic. Doesn't give them any of it. Shrew wine. Only the other. Cold comfort. Pious fraud, but quite right. Otherwise, they'd have one old boozer worse than another coming along, cadging for a drink. Queer the whole atmosphere of the... Quite right. Perfectly right, that is.
Gentle, sweet air blew round the bared heads in a whisper, whisper. The boy by the grave head held his wreath with both hands, staring quietly in the black, open space. Mr. Bloom moved behind the portly, kindly caretaker. Well-cut frock coat. Weighing them up, perhaps, to see which will go next. Well, it's a long rest. Feel no more. It's the moment you feel. Must be damned unpleasant. Can't believe it at first. Mistake. Must be. Someone else. Try the house opposite. Wait. I wanted to. I haven't yet. Then, the darkened death chamber. Light they want. Whispering all around you. Would you like to see a priest? The rambling and the wandering, delirium, all you hid all your life, the death struggle. His sleep is not natural. Press his lower eyelid. Watching. Is his nose pointed? Is his jaw sinking? Are the soles of his feet yellow? Pull the pillow away and finish it off the floor since he's doomed. Devil in that picture of sinner's death, showing him a woman, dying to embrace her in his shirt. Last act of Lucia. Shall I never more behold thee? Bam! Expires. Gone at last. People talk about you, People talk about you a bit, forget you. Don't forget to pray for him. Remember him in your prayers, even Parnell. Ivy Day dying out, and then they follow, dropping into a hole, one after the other. We are praying now for the repose of his soul, hoping her well and not in hell. Nice change of air. Out of the frying pan of life and into the fire of purgatory. Does he ever think of the hole waiting for himself? They say you do when you shiver in the sun. Someone walking over it. Callboy's warning near you. Mine, over there, towards Finglas. The plot I bought. Mama. Poor Mama. And little Rudy. The grave diggers took up their spades and flung heavy clods of clay on the coffin. Mr. Bloom turned away his face. And if he was alive all the time, by jingo, that would be awful. No, he's dead. Of course he's dead. Monday he died. They had to have some law to pierce the heart. Make sure. Or an electric clock or a telephone in the coffin and some kind of canvas air hole. Flag of distress. 3 days. Rather long to keep him in the summer. Just as well to get rid of him as soon as you're sure there's no. The clay fell softer, begin to be forgotten. Out of sight, out of mind. The caretaker moved away a few paces, put on his hat. Had enough of it. The mourners took heart of grace one by one, covering themselves without show. Mr. Bloom put on his hat and saw the portly figure make its way deftly through the maze of graves. Quietly, sure of his ground, he traversed the dismal fields.
How many? All these here once walked round Dublin, faithful departed. As you are now, so were we. Besides, how could you remember everybody? Eyes, walk, voice. Well, the voice, yes, gramophone. Have a gramophone in every grave, or keep it in the house. After dinner on a Sunday, put on poor old great-grandfather. Crack! Hello, 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 I'm awfully glad. Crack! Awfully glad to see you again. Hello, hello, I'm awful. Remind you of the voice like the photograph reminds you of the face. Otherwise, you couldn't remember the face after 15 years, say. For instance, who? For instance, some fellow that died when I was in Wisdom Hellies. A rattle of pebbles. Wait! Stop! He looked down intently into a stone crypt. Some animal. Wait. There he goes. An obese gray rat toddled along the side of the crypt, moving the pebbles. An old stager, great-grandfather, he knows the ropes. The gray alive crushed itself under the plinth, wriggled itself in under it. Good hiding place for treasure. Who lives there? Are laid the remains of Robert Emery. Robert Emmett was buried here by torchlight, wasn't he? Making his rounds. Tail gone now. One of those chaps would make short work of a fellow. Pick the bones clean no matter who it was. Ordinary meat for them. A corpse is meat gone bad. Well, and what's cheese? Corpse of milk. I read in that Voyages in China that the Chinese say a white man smells like a corpse. Cremation better. Priests dead against it, deviling for the other firm, wholesale burners and Dutch oven dealers, time of the plague, quick blind fever pits to eat them, lethal chamber, ashes to ashes, or bury at sea. Where is that? Parsi Tower of Silence? Eaten by birds. Earth, fire, water. Drowning, they say, is the pleasantest. See your whole life in a flash, but being brought back to life, no. Can't bury in the air, however, out of a flying machine. Wonder does the news go about whenever a fresh one is let down. Underground communication. We learned that from them. Wouldn't be surprised. Regular square feed for them. Flies come before he's well dead. Got wind of Dignam. They wouldn't care about the smell of it. Salt white, crumbling mush of corpse. Smell, taste, like raw white turnips. The gates glimmered in front. Still open. Back to the world again. Enough of this place. Brings you a bit nearer every time. The last time I was here was Mrs. Sunoco's funeral. Poor Papa, too. The love that kills. And even scraping up the earth at night with a lantern like that case I read of to get at fresh buried females, or even putrefied with running grave sores. Gives you the creeps after a bit. I will appear to you after death. You will see my ghost after death. My ghost will haunt you after death. There is another world after death named hell. I do not like that other world, she wrote, nor more do I. Plenty to see and hear and feel yet. Feel live, warm beings near you. Let them sleep in their maggoty beds. They're not going to get me this innings. Warm beds, warm, full-bodied life.
I'm looking for Alexandra. Checked in, but oh, here she is. Beautiful. She is not on the program. This is Alexandra Mendez Diaz. There we go.
The Calumet of Peace. He offered a cigarette to the professor and took one himself. Lenehan promptly struck a match for them and lit their cigarettes in turn. J.J. O'Malloy opened his case again and offered it. Thank-y-vous, Lenehan said, helping himself. The editor came from the inner office, a straw hat awry on his brow. He declaimed in song, pointing sternly at Professor McHugh. "'Twas rank and fame that tempted thee, 'twas empire charmed thy heart." The professor grinned, locking his long lips. You bloody old Roman Empire," Miles Crawford said. He took a cigarette from the open case. Lenehan, lighting it for him with quick grace, said, "Silence for my brand new riddle." "Imperium Romanum," J.J. O'Malloy said gently. "It sounds nobler than British or Brixton. The word reminds one somehow of fat in the fire." Miles Crawford blew his first puff violently toward the ceiling. "That's it," he said. "We are the fat. You and I are the fat in the fire. We haven't got the chance of a snowball in hell." The grandeur that was Rome. "Wait a moment," Professor McHugh said, raising two quiet claws. "We mustn't be led away by words, by sounds of words. We think of Rome, imperial, imperious, imperative." He extended elocutionary arms from frayed, stained shirt cuffs, pausing. "What was their civilization? Vast, I allow, but vile. Cloacae, sewers. The Jews in the wilderness and on the mountain top said, 'It is meet to be here. Let us build an altar to Jehovah.' The Roman, like the Englishman who follows in his footsteps, brought to every new shore on which he set his foot. On our shore he never set it, only his cloacal obsession. He gazed about him in his toga and said, 'It is meet to be here. Let us construct a water closet.' Which they accordingly did so," Lenehan said. "Our old ancient ancestors, as we read in the first chapter of Guinness's, were partial to the running stream." "They were nature's gentlemen," J.J. O'Malloy murmured, "but we have also Roman law." "And Pontius Pilate is its prophet," Professor McHugh responded. "Do you know that story about Chief Baron Pallas?" J.J. O'Malloy asked. "It was at the Royal University dinner. Everything was going swimmingly." "First my riddle," Lenehan said. "Are you ready?" Mr. O'Madden Burke, tall in copious gray of Donegal tweed, came in from the hallway. Stephen Dedalus behind him uncovered as he entered. "Entrez, mon enfant," Lenehan cried. "I escort a suppliant," Mr. O'Madden Burke said melodiously. "Youth led by experience visits notoriety." "How do you do?" the editor said, holding out a hand. "Come in. Your governor is just gone."
Omnium gatherum. All the talents, Miles Crawford said. Law, the classics, turf, Lenehan put in, literature, the press. If Bloom were here, the professor said, the gentle art of advertisement. And Madame Bloom, Mr. O'Madden Burke added, the vocal muse, Dublin's prime favorite. Lenehan gave a loud cough.
he said very softly. Oh, for the fresh of breath air. I caught a cold in the park. The gate was open. You can do it. The editor laid a nervous hand on Stephen's shoulder. I want you to write something for me, he said, something with a bite in it. You can do it. I see it in your face, in the lexicon of youth. I see it in your face. I see it in your eye. Lazy, idle little schemer. Foot and mouth disease, the editor cried in scornful invective. Great nationalist meeting in the Boris-on Ostery. Ah, balls, ball-dousing the public. Give them something with a bite. Put us all in it, damn its soul. Father, Son, Holy Ghost, and Jakes McCarthy. We can all supply the mental pablum, Mr. Maddenberg said. Stephen raised his eyes to behold unheeding stare. He wants you for the press gang, J.J. O'Malloy said. The great Gallagher. You can do it, Miles Crawford repeated, clenching his hand in emphasis. Wait a minute. We'll paralyze Europe, as Ignatius Gallagher used to say when he was on the shack room doing billiard marking in the Clarence. Gallagher, that was a pressman for you. That was a pen. You know how he made his mark? I'll tell you. That was the smartest piece of journalism ever known. That was in 81, 6th of May. Time of the Invincibles, murder in the Phoenix Park. Before you were born, I suppose. I'll show you. He pushed past them to the files. Look at here, he said, turning. The New York World cabled for a special. Remember that? Professor McHugh nodded. New York World, the editor said, excitedly pushing back his straw hat. Where it took place. Tim Kelly, Kavanaugh, I mean. Joe Brady and the rest of them. Where Skin the Goat drove the car. Whole route, see? Skin the Goat, Mr. O'Maddenberg said. Fitzharris. He has that cabman's shelter, they say, down there at the Butt Bridge. Holohan told me. You know Holohan. Hop and carry one it is, Miles Crawford said. And poor Gumley's down there too, so he told me, minding the stones for the corporation. A night watchman. Stephen turned in surprise. Gumley? Oh, you don't say. A friend of my father's, is it? Never mind, Gumley, Miles Crawford said angrily. Let Gumley mind the stones and see they don't run away. Look here. What did Ignatius Gallagher do, I tell you? Inspiration of genius. Cabled right away. Have you Weekly Freeman of 17 March? Right. Have you got that? He flung back pages of the files and stuck his finger on a point. Take page 4, advertisement for Bransom's Coffee. Let us say, have you got that? Right. The telephone word.
Julie, who just read, is one of the graduates of our Ulysses courses that we run here at the Rosenbach. As I know, are many of you, or several of you out there. And you can register today for Ulysses or Finnegan's Wake that meet in person. And then in the winter, we will begin a new online Ulysses course as well. But the next two readers coming up are our Ulysses instructors, Robert Burry and then Paul St. Amour. And then in the 3 o'clock hour, our Ulysses students will be reading that entire hour.
His heart astir, he pushed the door of the Burton restaurant. Stink gripped his trembling breath, pungent meat juice, slush of greens. See the animals feed. Men. Put it perched on high stools by the bar, hats shoved back at tables calling for more bread, no charge, swilling wolf gobfuls of sloppy food, their eyes bulging, whipping wetted mustaches. A pallid, soot-faced young man polished his tumbler knife, fork, and spoon with his napkin. New set of microbes. A man with an infant's sauce-stained napkin tucked around him, shoveled gurgling soup down his gullet. A man spitting back on his plate, half-masticated gristle. Gums, no teeth to chew it. Chump chop from the grill, bolting to get it over, sad boozer's eyes, bitten off more than he can chew. Am I like that? See ourselves as others see us. Hungry man is an angry man, working tooth and jaw. A bone. That last pagan king of Ireland, Cormac, in a school poem, choked himself at Sletty, southward of Boyne. Wonder what he was eating. Something galoptious. St. Patrick converted him to Christianity. Couldn't swallow it all, however. Roast beef and cabbage, one stew. Smells of men, spat on sawdust, sweetish, warmish cigarette smoke, reek of plug, spilt beer, men's beardy piss, the stale of ferment. His gorge rose. Couldn't eat a morsel here. Fellow sharpening a knife and fork to eat all before him. Old chap picking his toodles. Slight spasm, full, chewing the cud. Before and after, grace after meals. Look on this picture, then on that. Stop, coughing up stew gravy with sopping sippets of bread. Lick it off the plate, man. Get out of this. He gazed around the stool and tabled eaters, tightening the wings of his nose. 2 stouts here. 1 corned in cabbage. That fellow ramming a knife full of cabbage down as if his life depended on it. Good stroke. Give me the fidgets to look. Safer to eat in his 3 hands. Tear it limb from limb. Second nature to him. Born with a silver knife in his mouth. That's witty, I think. Or no, silver means born rich. Born with a knife. But then the illusion's lost. An ill-girt server gathered sticky, clattering plates. Look, the head bailiff, standing at the bar, blew the foamy crown from his tankard. Well up, it splashed yellow near his boot. A diner, knife and fork upright, elbows on table, ready for a second helping, stared toward the food lift across his stained square of newspaper. Other chap telling him something with his mouth full. Sympathetic listener. Table talk. Or Munster Monday, Oyster Bunk on Munster. Ha! Did ye, Faith? Mr. Bloom raised his 2 fingers doubtfully to his lips. His eyes said, Not here. Don't see him. I hate dirty eaters. He backed towards the door. Get a light snack in Davy Burns. Stopgap. Keep me going. Had a good breakfast. Roast and mashed here. Pint of stout. Every fellow for his own, tooth and nail. Gulp, grub, gulp, gob stuff. He came out into the cleaner air and turned back towards Grafton Street. Eat or be eaten. Kill, kill. Suppose that communal kitchen years to come, perhaps. All trotting down with porringers and tonic cans to be filled. Devour contents in the street. John Howard Parnell example. Provost of Trinity, Mary Mother's son. Don't talk of your provosts and provosts of Trinity, women and children, cabmen, priests, parsons, field marshals, archbishops. From Aylesbury Road, Clyde Road, artisans' dwellings, North Dublin Union, Lord Mayor in his gingerbread coach, old queen in a bath chair. My plate's empty. After you with our incorporated drinking cup, like Sir Crampton's fountain. Rub off the microbes with your handkerchief. Next chap rubs on a new batch with his. Father O'Flynn would make hares of them all. Have rows all the same. All for number 1, children fighting for scrapings of the pot. Want a soup pot big as Phoenix Park. Harpooning filches and hindquarters out of it. Hate people all around you. City Arms Hotel. Table d'hôte, she called it. Soup, joint, and sweet. Never know whose thoughts you're chewing. Then who'd wash up all the plates and forks? Might be all feeding on tabloids that time. Teeth getting worse and worse. After all, there's a lot in that vegetarian fine flavor of things from the earth. Garlic. Of course, it stinks after Italian organ grinders. Crisp of onions, mushrooms, truffles. Pain to the animal, too. Pluck and draw foul, wretched brutes there at the cattle market waiting for the poleaxe to split their skulls open. Moo, poor trembling calves. Meh. Staggering bob, bubble and squeak, butcher's buckets, wobbly lights. Give us that brisket off the hook. Plop, raw head and bloody bones, flayed glass-eyed sheep hung from their haunches, sheep snouts, blood-papered, sniveling nose jam on sawdust, top and lashers going out. Don't maul them pieces, young one. Hot, fresh blood they prescribe for decline. Blood always needed, insidious. Lick it up smoking hot, thick, sugary, famished ghosts.
Stuck on the pane, 2 flies buzzed, stuck. Glowing wine on his palate lingered, swallowed. Crushing in the winepress, grapes of Burgundy. Sun's heat it is. Seems to a secret touch, telling me memory. Touched, his sense moistened, remembered. Hidden under wild ferns on Hoth, below us, bay sleeping. Sky, no sound. The sky, the bay, purple by the lion's head, green by Drumleck, yellow-green towards Sutton. Fields of undersea, the lines faint brown in grass, buried cities. Pillowed on my coat, she had her hair, earwigs in the heather scrub, my hand under her nape. You'll toss me all. Oh, wonder. Cool soft with ointments, her hand touched me, caressed. Her eyes upon me did not turn away. Ravished over her I lay, full lips, full open, kissed her mouth. Yum. Softly she gave me in my mouth the seed cake, warm and chewed. Mawkish pulp, her mouth had mumbled sweet sour of her spittle. Joy. I ate it. Joy. Young life, her lips that gave me pouting, soft, warm, sticky gum jelly lips. Flowers her eyes were, take me, willing eyes. Pebbles fell. She lay still. A goat. No one. High on Ben Hoth rhododendrons, a nanny goat walking sure-footed, dropping currants. Screened under ferns, she laughed, warm-folded. Wildly I lay on her, kissed her, eyes, her lips, her stretched neck beating, woman's breasts full in her blouse of nun's veiling, fat nipples upright. Hot I tongued her. She kissed me. I was kissed. All yielding, she tossed my hair. Kissed. She kissed me. Me. And me now. Stuck. The flies buzzed.
Oh man, that's a good one. We're going to take another break. I want to remind you all, inside you can find our membership table, our great development team who raises lots of money for us to keep these things going. Let me thank our sponsors again, the Consulate General of Ireland's Emigrant Support Program, Lenny Steiner and Perry Lerner, and the South Jersey Celtic Society. And you too can support the Rosenbach. And we have had a very generous patron make a donation, and all donations today will be matched up to $3,000. So you can do that inside at our table and help support this program and many things that we do here at the Rosenbach. Thank you. 3 o'clock, that short 10-minute break, and then 3 o'clock next reading. We are going to get going again, and for this entire hour, we will have graduates from our Ulysses classes.
Urbane to comfort them, the Quaker librarian purred. And we have we not, had those priceless pages of Wilhelm Meister, a great poet on a great brother poet, a hesitating soul taking arms against a sea of troubles, torn by conflicting doubts, as one sees in real life. He came a step, a syncopace forward on Neat's leather creaking, and a step backward, a syncopace on the solemn floor. A noiseless attendant, attending the open door but slightly, made him a noiseless beck. Directly, he said he, creaking to go, albeit lingering. The beautiful, ineffectual dreamer who comes to grief against hard facts. One always feels that Goethe's judgments are so true. True in the larger analysis. Twice creakingly, he corantoed off, bald, most zealous by the door, he gave his large ear all to the attendant's words, heard them, and was gone. Two left. Monsieur de la Palisse, Stephen sneered, was alive 15 minutes before his death. Have you found those 6 brave medicals, John Eglinton asked with elder's gall, to write Paradise Lost at your dictation? The sorrows of Satan, he calls it. Smile, smile, Cranley, smile. First he tickled her, then he patted her, then he passed the female catheter, for he was a medical, jolly old meta. I feel you would need one more for Hamlet. 7 is dear to the mystic mind. The shining 7, WB calls them. Glitter-eyed, his rufous skull close to his green-capped desk lamp sought the face bearded among the dark greener shadow. An olive, holy-eyed, he laughed low, a sizar's laugh of Trinity, unanswered. Orchestral Satan, weeping many a rude, tears such as angels weep. Ed Ali, ave del colfato trombetta. He holds my follies hostage. Cranley's 11 true wick lowmen to free their sireland. Gap-toothed Kathleen, her 4 beautiful green fields, the stranger in her house, and one more to hail him. Ave, Rabbi. The Tina Haley 12. In the shadows of the glen, he coees for them. My soul's youth I gave him, night by night. Godspeed, good hunting. Mulligan has my telegram. Folly, persist. Our young Irish bards, John Eglinton centered, have yet to create a figure which the world would set beside Saxon Shakespeare's Hamlet, though I admire him as old Ben did on this side identity. All these questions are purely academic, Russell oracled out of his shadow. I mean, whether Hamlet is Shakespeare or James the First or Essex, clergymen's discussions of the historicity of Jesus, art has to reveal us ideas, formless spiritual essences. The supreme question about a work of art is out of how deep a life does it spring. The paintings of Gustave Moreau is the painting of ideas. The deepest poetry of Shelley, the words of Hamlet, bring our minds into contact with the eternal wisdom. Plato's world of ideas. All the rest is a speculation of schoolboys, for schoolboys.
You will say those names were already in the chronicles from which he took the stuff of his plays. Why did he take them rather than others? Richard, a whore's son, crookback, misbegotten, makes love to a widowed Anne. What's in a name? Woos and wins her, a whore's son, merry widow. Richard the Conqueror, third brother, came after William the Conquered. The other 4 acts of that play hang limply from that first. Of all his kings, Richard is the only king unshielded by Shakespeare's reverence, the angel of the world. Why is the underplot of King Lear, in which Edmund figures lifted out of Sidney's Arcadia and spatchcocked onto a Celtic legend other than history? That was Will's way, John Eglinton defended. We should not now combine a Norse saga with an excerpt from a novel by George Meredith. Que voulez-vous, Moore would say. He puts Bohemia on the seacoast and makes Ulysses quote Aristotle. Why? Stephen answered himself. Because the theme of the false or the usurping or the adulterous brother or all three in one is to Shakespeare? What the poor are not always with him? The note of banishment, banishment from the heart, banishment from the home, sounds uninterruptedly from the Two Gentlemen of Verona onward till Prospero breaks his staff, buries it in certain fathoms in the earth, and drowns his book. It doubles itself in the middle of his life, reflects itself in another, repeats itself. Protasis, epitasis, catatasis, catastrophe. It repeats itself again when he is near the grave, when his married daughter, Susan, chip of the old block, is accused of adultery. But it was the original sin that darkened his understanding, weakened his will, and left him in a strong inclination to evil. The words of those of my Lord's bishops of Maynooth, an original sin, and like original sin, committed by another, in whose sin he too has sinned. It is between the lines of his last written words. It is petrified on his tombstone, under which her 4 bones are not to be laid. Age has not withered it. Beauty and peace have not done it away. It is in infinite variety everywhere in the world he created. In Much Ado About Nothing, twice in As You Like It, The Tempest, in Hamlet, in Measure for Measure, and all the other plays that I have not read yet. He laughed to free his mind from his mind's bondage. Judge Eglinton summed up. The truth is midway, he affirmed. He's the ghost and he is the prince. He is all in all. He is, Stephen said. The boy of Act 1 is the mature man of Act 5. All in all. In Cymbeline, in Othello, he is bald and cuckold. He acts and is acted on. Lover of an ideal or a perversion. Like Jose, he kills the real Carmen. His unremitting intellect is the horn-mad Iago, ceaselessly willing that the more in him shall suffer. Cuckoo, cuckoo, Mulligan clucked lewdly. O word of fear, dark dome received, reverbed. And what character is Iago? Undaunted John Eglinton exclaimed. When all is said, du ma fille, or is it du ma père, is right. After God, Shakespeare has created most.
The Superior, the Very Reverend John Conmee, S.J., reset his smooth watch in his interior pocket as he came down the presbytery steps. 5 to 3, just nice time to walk to Artane. What was that boy's name again? Dignam, yes. Vera dignam et justum est. Brother Swan was the person to see. Mr. Cunningham's letter, yes, oblige him if possible. Good practical Catholic, useful at mission time. A one-legged sailor, swinging himself onward by lazy jerks of his crutches, growled some notes. He jerked short before the convent of the Sisters of Charity and held out a peaked cap for alms toward the Very Reverend John Conmee, S.J. Father Conmee blessed him in the sun, for purse held, he knew, 1 silver crown. Father Conmee crossed to Mount Joy Square. He thought, but not for long, of soldiers and sailors whose legs had been shot off by cannonballs, ending their days in some pauper ward, and of Cardinal Wolsey's words, "If I had served my God as I have served my King, he would not have abandoned me in my old days." He walked by the tree shade of sunny winking leaves, and towards him came the wife of Mr. David Sheehy, MP. "Very well indeed, Father. And you, Father?" Father Conmee was wonderfully well indeed. He would go to Buxton, probably for the waters. And her boys, were they getting on well at Belvedere? Was that so? Father Conmee was very glad indeed to hear that. And Mr. Sheehy himself, still in London. The house was sitting, to be sure it was. Beautiful weather it was, delightful indeed. Yes, it was very probable that Father Bernard Vaughan would come again to preach. Oh yes, a very great success. A wonderful man, really. Father Conmee was very glad to see the wife of Mr. David Sheehy, MP, looking so well, and he begged to be remembered to Mr. David Sheehy, MP. Yes, he would certainly call. Good afternoon, Mrs. Sheehy. Father Conmee doffed his silk hat and smiled as he took leave at the jet beads of her mantilla, ink shining in the sun, and smiled yet again in going. He had cleaned his teeth, he knew, with areca nut paste. Father Conmee walked and walking, smiled, for he thought on Father Bernard Vaughan's droll eyes and cockney voice. Pilot, why don't you hold back that owling mob? A zealous man, however, really he was, and really did great good in his way, beyond a doubt. He loved Ireland, he said, and he loved the Irish. Of good family, too, one would think. Welsh, were they not? Oh, lest he forget that letter to Father Provincial. Father Conmee stopped 3 little schoolboys at the corner of Mountjoy Square. Yes, they were from Belvedere. The little house, aha. And were they good boys at school? Oh, that was very good now. And what was his name? Jack Sowen. And his name? Ger Gallagher. And the other little man? His name was Brunny Lynham. Oh, that was a very nice name to have. Father Conmee gave a letter from his breast to Master Brunny Lynham and pointed to the red pillar box at the corner of Fitzgibbon Street. But mind you don't post yourself into the box, little man, he said. The boys six-eyed Father Conmee and laughed. Oh, sir. Well, let me see if you can post a letter, Father Conmee said. Master Brunny Lynham ran across the road and put Father Conmee's letter to Father Provincial into the mouth of the bright red letterbox. Father Conmee smiled and nodded and smiled and walked along Mountjoy Square East. Mr. Dennis McGinney, professor of dancing, etc., in silk hat, slate frock coat with silk facings, white kerchief tie, tight lavender trousers, canary gloves, and pointed patent boots, walking with grave deportment most respectfully, took the curbstone as he passed Lady Maxwell at the corner of Digham's Court. Was that not Mrs. McGinnis? Mrs. McGinnis, stately, silver-haired, bowed to Father Conmee from the farther footpath along which she sailed. And Father Conmee smiled and saluted. How did she do? A fine carriage she had, like Mary, Queen of Scots, something, and to think that she was a pawnbroker. Well now, such a, what should he say, such a queenly mien. Father Conmee walked down Great Charles Street and glanced at the shut-up Free Church on his left. The Reverend T.R. Green, B.A., Will, D.V., speak. The incumbent, they called him. He felt it incumbent on him to say a few words, but one should be charitable. Invincible ignorance. They acted according to their lights. Father Conmee turned the corner and walked along the North Circular Road. It was a wonder that there was not a tram line in such an important thoroughfare. Surely there ought to be.
Another name not listed in the program, this is Eileen Cuniff.
Mr. Bloom turned over idly pages of the awful disclosures of Maria Monk, then of Aristotle's masterpiece, crooked, botched print, plates, infants cuddled in a ball in blooded wombs like livers of slaughtered cows. Lots of them like that at this moment all over the world, all butting with their skulls to get out of it, child born every minute somewhere. Mrs. Purefoy. He laid both books aside and glanced at the third, Tales of the Ghetto by Leopold von Sacher-Masoch. That I had, he said, pushing it by. The shopman let 2 volumes fall on the counter. Them are 2 good ones, he said. Onions of his breath came across the counter out of his ruined mouth. He bent to make a bundle of the other books, hugged them against his unbuttoned waistcoat, and bore them off behind the dingy curtain. On O'Connell Bridge, many persons observed the grave deportment and gay apparel of Mr. Dennis J. McGinney, professor of dancing, etc. Mr. Bloom, alone, looked at the titles. Fair Tyrants by James Lovebirch. Know the kind that is. Had it? Yes. He opened it. Thought so. A woman's voice behind the dingy curtain. Listen, the man. No, she wouldn't like that much. Got her it once. He read the other title. Sweets of Sin. More in her line. Let us see. He read where his finger opened. All the dollar bills her husband gave her were spent in the stores on wondrous gowns and costliest frillies. For him, for Raoul. Yes, this, here, try. Her mouth glued on his in a luscious, voluptuous kiss, while his hands felt for the opulent curves inside her deshabille. Yes, take this, the end. You are late, he spoke hoarsely, eyeing her with a suspicious glare. The beautiful woman threw off her sable-trimmed wrap, displaying her queenly shoulders and heaving embonpoint. An imperceptible smile played round the perfect lips as she turned to him slowly. Mr. Bloom read again. The beautiful woman. Warmth showered gently over him, cowling his flesh. Flesh yielded amply amid rumpled clothes, whites of his eyes swooning up. His nostrils arched themselves for prey, melting breast ointments. For him, for Raoul. Armpits oniony sweat, fish gluey slime, her heaving embonpoint. Feel, press, crished, sulfur dung of lions. Young, young. An elderly female, no more young, left the building of the Courts of Chancery, King's Bench, Exchequer, and Common Pleas, having heard in the Lord Chancellor's Court the case in lunacy of Potterton, in the Admiralty Division the summons, ex parte motion of the owners of the Lady Cairns versus the owners of the bark Mona in the Court of Appeal reservation of judgment in the case of Harvey versus the Ocean Accident and Guarantee Corporation. Phlegmy coughs shook the air of the bookshop, bulging out the dingy curtains. The shopman's uncombed gray head came out and his unshaven, reddened face coughing. He raked his throat rudely, puked phlegm on the floor. He put his boot on what he had spat, wiping his sole along it, and bent, showing a raw-skinned crown, scantily haired. Mr. Bloom beheld it. Mastering his troubled breath, he said, I'll take this one. The shopman lifted eyes, bleared with old rheum. Sweets of Sin, he said, tapping on it. That's a good one.
Stephen Dedalus watched through the webbed window the lapidary's fingers prove a time-dulled chain. Dust webbed the window and the show trays. Dust darkened the toiling fingers with their vulture nails. Dust slept on dull coils of bronze and silver, lozenges of cinnabar, on rubies, leprous and wine-dark stones. Born all in the dark, wormy earth, cold specks of fire, evil lights shining in the darkness, where fallen archangels flung the stars of their brows, muddy swine snouts, hands, root, gripe and wrest them. She dances in a foul gloom where gum burns with garlic. A sailor man, rust-bearded, sips from a beaker, rum, and eyes her, a long and sea-fed, silent rut. She dances, capers, wagging her sowish haunches and her hips, on her gross belly flapping a ruby egg. Old Russell, with a smeared chamois rag, burnished again his gem, turned it, and held it at the point of his Moses beard. Grandfather Ape, gloating on a stolen hoard. And you, who wrest old images from the buried earth, the brain-sick words of Sophis, Antisthenes, a lure of drugs, orient and immortal wheat, standing from everlasting to everlasting. Two old women, fresh from their whiff of the briny, trudged through Irishtown along London Bridge Road, one with a sanded, tired umbrella, and one with a midwife's bag in which 11 cockles rolled. The whir of flapping leathern bands and hum of dynamos from the powerhouse urged Stephen to be on. Beanless beans, stop! Throb always without you, and the throb always within. Your heart you sing of. I between them. Where? Between two roaring worlds where they swirl. I. Shatter them, one and both. But stun myself too in the blow. Shatter me, you who can. Bawd and butcher were the words. I say, not yet a while, a look around. Yes, quite true. Very large and wonderful, and keeps famous time. You say right, sir, Monday morning, 'twas so indeed. Stephen went down Bedford Row, the handle of the ash clacking against his shoulder blades. In Cloissy's window, a faded 1860 print of Heenan boxing Sayres held his eye. Staring backers with square hats stood round the roped prize ring. The heavyweights in tight loincloths proposed gently each to other his bulbous fists, and they are throbbing, heroes' hearts. He turned and halted by the slanted book cart. "Tuppence each," the huckster said, "4 for 6 pence. Tattered pages, The Irish Beekeeper, The Life and Miracles of the Cure of Ars, Pocket Guide to Killarney. I might find here one of my pond school prizes. Stefano Dedalo, Alumno Optimo, Palmam Ferenti."
The harping chords of prelude closed. A chord, long drawn, expectant, drew a voice away. When first I saw that form endearing. Richie turned. Cy Dedalus' voice, he said. Brain-tipped, cheek touched with flame, they listened, feeling that flow endearing, flow over, skin, limbs, human heart, soul, spine. Bloom signed to Pat. Bald Pat is a waiter hard of hearing, to set ajar the door of the bar. The door of the bar. So, that will do. Pat, waiter, waited, waiting to hear, for he was hard of hear by the door. Sorrow from me seemed to depart. Through the hush of air, a voice sang to them. Lo, not rain, not leaves in murmur, like no voice of strings or reeds or what do you call them, dulcimers? Touching their still ears with words, still hearts of each, there his remembered lives. Good, good to hear. Sorrow from them each seemed to from both depart, when first they heard, when first they saw lost Richie Poldy, mercy of beauty, heard from a person wouldn't expect it in the least, her first merciful, love-soft, oft-loved word. Love that is singing, love's old sweet song. Bloom unwound slowly the elastic band of his packet. Love's old sweet sonnet-like gold. Bloom wound a skein round 4 fork fingers, stretched it, relaxed, and wound it round his troubled double, fourfold, in octave, jibed them fast. Full of hope and all delighted. Tenors get women by the score. Increase their flow. Throw flower at his feet. When will we meet? My head it simply. Jingle, all delighted. He can't sing for tall hats. Your head it simply swirls. Perfumed for him. What perfume does your wife? I want to know. Jing, stop, knock. Last look at mirror always before she answers the door. The hall, there. How do you? I do well, there. What? Or phial of Cassius kissing comforts in her satchel. Yes? Hands felt for the opulent. Alas, the voice rose, sighing, changed, loud, full, shining, proud. But alas, 'twas idle dreaming. Glorious tone he has still. Cork air softer, also their brogue. Silly man, could have made oceans of money. Singing wrong words. Wore out his wife, now sings. But hard to tell, only the two themselves, if he doesn't break down. Keep a trot for the avenue. His hands and feet sing too. Drink, nerves overstrung. Must be abstemious to sing. Jenny Lind soup, stock, sage, raw eggs, half pint of cream, for creamy dreamy. Tenderness it welled, slow, swelling, full it throbbed. That's the chat. Ha, give, take. Throb, a pulsing, proud, erect. Music? No, it's what's behind. Bloom looped, unlooped, noted, disnoted, bloom. Flood of warm, jam, lick-it-up secretness flowed to flow in music out, in desire, dark to lick, flow invading. Tipping her, tapping her, tapping her, topping her, tup. Pours to dilate, dilating, tup. The joy, the feel, the warm, the tup. To pour o'er sluices pouring gushes. Flood, gush, flow, joy gust, tup throb, now. Language of love. Ray of hope is beaming. Lydia for Lidwell, squeak, scarcely hear, so ladylike the muse unsqueaked, a ray of hop. Martha it is. Coincidence, just going to write. Lionel's song. Lovely name you have. Can't write, except my little play on her heartstrings, purse strings too. She's I called you naughty boy. Still the name, Martha. How strange today.
The voice of Lionel returned, weaker but unwearied. It sang again to Richie, Paldy, Lydia, Lidwell, also sang to Pat, open mouth, ear, waiting to wait. How first he saw that form endearing, how sorrow seemed to part, how look, form, word charmed him, Gould Lidwell, won Pat Bloom's heart. Wish I could see his face, though, explain better why the barber in Drago's always looked my face when I spoke his face in the glass. Still, hear it better here than in the bar, though farther. Each graceful look. First night when I first saw her at Matt Dillon's in Terranier, yellow, black lace she wore, musical chairs, we two the last, fate. After her, fate. Round and round, slow, quick round, we two, all looked, halt, down she sat. All ousted looked, lips laughing, yellow knees. Charmed my eye. Singing, waiting she sang. I turned her music, full voice of perfume, of what perfume does your lilac trees. Bosom I saw, both full, throat warbling. First I saw, she thanked me. Why did she me? Fate. Spanishy eyes. Under a pear tree alone, patio, this hour in old Madrid, one side in shadow, Dolores, she Dolores, at me, luring, alluring. Martha, Martha. Quitting all anger, Lionel cried in grief, in cry of passion dominant to love, to return with deepening yet with rising chords of harmony. In cry of Lionel loneliness that she should know, must Martha feel. For only her he waited. Where? Here, there, try there, here, all, try, where, somewhere. Come, thou lost one, come, thou dear one, alone, one love, one hope, one comfort me. Martha, chestnut, return. Come. It soared, a bird. It held its flight, a swift, pure cry. Soars silver o'er, it leaped serene, speeding, sustained, to come. Don't spin it out too long, long breath, he breath, long life. Soaring high, high, resplendent, aflame, crowned, high in the effulgence symbolistic, high of the ethereal bosom, high of the high vast irradiation everywhere, all soaring, all around, about the all, the endlessness. To me, Siopold, consumed. Come, well sung, all clapped, she ought to. Come, to me, to him, to her, you too, me, us.
Another reader program addition, joining Heather Ciciola, will be Quinn Gruber.
Listen. Bloom listened. Richie Golding listened. And by the door, deaf Pat, bald Pat, tipped Pat listened. The chords harped slower. The voice of penance and of grief came slow, embellished, tremulous. Ben's contrite beard confessed. In nomine Domini, in God's name he knelt. He beat his hand upon his breast, confessing mea culpa. Latin again, that holds them like birdlime. Priest with the communion corpus for those women. Chap in the mortuary, coffin or coffee, corpus nomine. Wonder where that rat is by now. Scrape. Tap. They listened. Tankards and Miss Kennedy. George Lidwell. Eyelid well expressive, full-busted satin. Kernan. Sigh. The sighing voice of sorrow sang, his sins. Since Easter he had cursed 3 times, you bitches bast. And once at mass time he had gone to play. Once by the churchyard he had passed, and for his mother's rest he had not prayed. A boy, a croppy boy. Bronze, listening, by the beer pole gazed far away, soulfully. Doesn't half know I'm Molly great dab at seeing anyone looking. Bronze gazed far sideways. Mirror there. Is that the best side of her face? They always know. Knock at the door. Last tip to titivate. Cock-a-ra-ca-ra. What do they think when they hear music? Way to catch rattlesnakes. Night Michael Gunn gave us the box. Tuning up. Shah of Persia liked that best. Remind him of home sweet home. Wiped his nose in curtain, too. Custom his country, perhaps. That's music, too. Not as bad as it sounds. Tootling. Brasses braying asses through up trunks. Double basses helpless, gashes in their sides. Woodwinds mooing cows. Semi-grand open crocodile, music hath jaws. Woodwind like Goodwin's name.
She looked fine. Her crocus dress she wore low-cut, belongings on show. Clove, her breath, was always in theater when she bent to ask a question. Told her what Spinoza says in that book of poor papas. Hypnotized, listening, eyes like that. She bent, chap in dress circle staring down into her with his opera glass for all he was worth. Beauty of music you must hear twice. Nature woman half a look. God made the country, man the tune. Met him pike hoses. Philosophy, oh rocks. All gone, all fallen. At the siege of Ross his father, at Gorey all his brothers fell. To Wexford, we are the boys of Wexford, he would. Last of his name and race. I too, last of my race. Millie, young student, well, my fault perhaps. No son, Rudy. Too late now, or if not, if still. He bore no hate. Hate, love, those are names. Rudy. Soon I am old. Big Ben, his voice unfolded. Great voice, Richie Golding said, a flush struggling in his pale, to bloom soon old. But when was young? Ireland comes now, my country above the king. She listens. Who fears to speak of 1904? Time to be shoving, looked enough. Bless me, Father, Dollard the Crappie cried. Bless me, and let me go. Tap.
Ben Dollard, bulkily cacoshed towards the bar, mightily praise-fed and all big roseate, on heavy-footed feet, his gouty fingers knackering castanets in the air. Big Ben Dollard, Big Ben, Big Ben. And deep moved all, Simon, trumping compassion from foghorn nose, all laughing they brought him forth, Ben Dollard, in right good cheer. You're looking rubicund, George Lidwell said. Miss Douce composed her rose to wait. Ben Machree, said Mr. Daedalus, clapping Ben's fat back shoulder blade. Fit as a fiddle, only he has a lot of adipose tissue concealed about his person. Fat of death, Simon, Ben Dollard growled. Richie riffed in the lute alone sat, Goulding, Collis, Ward. Uncertainly he waited, unpaid pat too. Tap, 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 tap. Miss Mina Kennedy brought near her lips to ear of tankard one. Mr. Dollard, they murmured low. Dollard, murmured Tankard. Tank one believed, Miss Ken when she, that doll he was, she doll, the tank. He murmured that he knew the name. The name was familiar to him, that is to say. That was to say he had heard the name of. Dollard, was it? Dollard, yes. Yes, her lips said more loudly, Mr. Dollard. He sang that song lovely, murmured Mina. Mr. Dollard. And The Last Rose of Summer was a lovely song. Mina loved that song. Tankard loved the song that Mina. 'Tis the last rose of summer Dollard left bloom, felt wind wound round inside. Gassy thing that cider, binding too. Wait. Post office near Reuben J's 1 and 8 pence too. Get shut of it. Dodge round by Greek Street. Wish I hadn't promised to meet. Freer in air. Music. Gets on your nerves. Beer pull. Her hand that rocks the cradle rules the. Ben Houth that rules the world. Far, 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 far. Tap, 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 tap. Up the quay went Lionella Pold, naughty Henry with letter for Maddie, with sweets of sin, with frillies for Raoul, with met him pike hoses went Poldy on. Tap blind walked, tapping by the tap, the curbstone tapping, tap by tap. Cowley, he stuns himself with it. Kind of drunkenness. Better give way only halfway the way of a man with a maid. Instance enthusiasts. All ears. Not lose a demi-semi-quaver. Eyes shut. Head nodding in time. Dotty. You daren't budge. Thinking strictly prohibited. Always talking shop. Fiddle-faddle about notes.
tap, tap. A stripling, blind with a tapping cane, came tap, tap, tapping by Dolly's window where a mermaid hair all streaming, but he couldn't see. Blue whiffs of a mermaid, blind couldn't. Mermaid, coolest whiff of all. Instruments, a blade of grass, shell of her hands, then blow. Even comb and tissue paper you can knock a tune out of. Molly in her shift in Lombard Street West, hair down. I suppose each kind of trade made its own, don't you see? Hunter with a horn, ha! Have you the cloche, sonnez-la. Shepherd his pipe, pwee, little wee. Policeman, a whistle, locks and keys, sweep, 4 o'clock. All's well, sleep, all is lost now. Drum, pompity, wait, I know. Town crier, bum bailiff, Long John, waken the dead. Pom, dingham, poor little nominee dominy. Pom, it is music. I mean, of course it's all pom, 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 very much what they call da capo. Still, you can hear. As we march along, pom. I must really. Now, if I did that at a banquet, just a question of custom, Shah of Persia, breathe a prayer, drop a tear. All the same, he must have been a bit of a natural not to see it was a yeoman cap, muffled up. Wonder who was that chap at the grave in the brown mackin? Oh, the whore of the lane. A frowsy whore with black straw, sailor hat askew, came glazily in the day along the quay towards Mr. Bloom, when first he saw that form endearing. Yes, it is. I feel so lonely. Wet night in the lane. Horn. Who had the hee-haw? She saw. Off her beat here. What is she? Hope she. Psst. Any chance of your wash? New Molly had me decked. Stout lady does be with you in the brown costume. Put you off your stroke, that. Appointment we made knowing we'd never, well, hardly ever. Too dear, too near, to home, sweet home. Sees me, does she? Looks a fright in the day. Face like dip. Damn her. Oh well, she has to live like the rest. Look in here. In Lionel Mark's antique sales shop window, haughty Henry Lionel Leopold, dear Henry Flower, earnestly Mr. Leopold Bloom envisioned battered candlesticks, melodeon oozing maggoty brown bags, bargain, 6 bob. Might learn to play. Cheap. Let her pass. Of course, everything is dear if you don't want it. That's what good salesman is. Make you buy what he wants to sell. Chap sold me the Swedish razor he shaved me with. Wanted to charge me for the edge he gave it. She's passing now. 6 bob. Must be the cider, or perhaps the Burgund. Near bronze from a near gold from afar, they chinked their clinking glasses all bright-eyed and gallant. Before bronze Lydia's tempting last rose of summer, rose of Castile, first lid, day, cow, cur, doll, a 5th. Lidwell, Cy Daedalus, Bob Cowley, Kernan, and Big Ben Dollard. Tap. A youth entered a lonely Ormond Hall. Bloom viewed a gallant pictured hero in Lionel Marks's window. Robert Emmett's last words, 7 last words. Of Meyerbeer, that is. True men, like you men. Aye, aye, Ben, will lift your glass with us. They lifted. Shink, shunk, tip. An unseeing stripling stood in the door. He saw not bronze, he saw not gold. Nor Ben, nor Bob, nor Tom, nor Cy, nor George, nor Tanks, nor Richie, nor Pat. He. He did not see. See Bloom, grease a bloom, viewed last words softly. When my country takes her place among, must be the burr. Oop. Nations of the earth. No one behind. She passed. Then and not till then. Tram, cran, good opera coming. Cran, I'm sure it's the Bergen. Yes, 1, 2, let my epitaph be written I have.
Thank you again, everyone. We're going to take a little break until 4 o'clock. So we got a few minutes. If you want to head inside, we have our membership table. We have merch. Remember, any donations you make to the Rosenbach today will be matched up to $3,000. That includes even just putting cash in the little Leopold Bloom bowler hats inside as well. And we'll see you at 4. All right, everyone. We're going to get back to the reading. And kicking off our 4 o'clock hour is the always wonderful publican Fergus Carey. Fergie, welcome.
So we turned into Barney Kiernan's, and there, sure enough, was the citizen up in the corner, having a great confab with himself and that bloody mangy mongrel, Gary Owen, and he waiting for what the sky would drop in the way of drink. There he is, says I, in his glory hole with his Krushkin lawn and his load of papers, working for the cause. The bloody mongrel let a grouse out of him would give you the creeps. Be a corporal work of mercy if someone would take the life of that bloody dog. I'm told for a fact that he ate a good part of the breeches of a constabulary man in Santry that came around one time with a blue paper about a license. Stand and deliver, says he. That's all right, says citizen, says Joe. Friends here. Pass, friends, says he. Then he rubs his hand in his eye and says he, what's your opinion of the times? Doing the rapparee and Rory in the hill, but begob, Joe was equal to the occasion. I think the markets are on a rise, says he, sliding his hand down his fork. So begob, the citizen claps his paw on his knee and he says, foreign wars is the cause of it. And says Joe, sticking his thumb in his pocket, it's the Russians wish to tyrannize. Ara, give over your bloody cotton, Joe, says I. I've a thirst on me I wouldn't sell for half a crown. Give it a name, citizen, says Joe. Wine of the country, says he. What's yours, says Joe. Ditto Macanaspi, says I. 3 points, Terry, says Joe. And how's the old heart, citizen, says he. Never better a cara, says he. What, Gary, are we going to win, eh? And with that, he took the bloody old Towser by the scruff of the neck, and by Jesus, he near throttled him. The figure, seated on a large boulder at the foot of a round tower, was that of a broad-shouldered, deep-chested, strong-limbed, frank-eyed, red-haired, freely freckled, shaggy-bearded, wide-mouthed, large-nosed, long-headed, deep-voiced, bare-kneed, brawny-handed, hairy-legged, ruddy-faced, sinewy-armed hero. From shoulder to shoulder he measured several ells, and his rock-like mountainous knees were covered, as was likewise the rest of his body wherever visible, with a strong growth of tawny, prickly hair in hue and toughness similar to the mountain gorse Ulysses europaeus. The wide-winged nostrils from which bristles of the same tawny hue projected were of such capaciousness that within their cavernous obscurity the field lark might easily have lodged her nest. The eyes in which a tear and a smile strove ever for the mastery were of the dimensions of a good-sized cauliflower. A powerful current of warm breath issued at regular intervals from the profound cavity of his mouth, while in rhythmic resonance the loud, strong, hail reverberations of his formidable heart thundered rumblingly, causing the ground, the summit of the lofty tower, and the still loftier walls of the cave to vibrate and tremble. Thank you.
So then, the citizen begins talking about the Irish language and the corporation meeting and all to that, and the Shoneyans that can't speak their own language, and Joe chipping in because he stuck someone for a quid, and Bloom putting in his old goo with his 2-penny stump that he cadged off of Joe, and talking about the Gaelic League and the Anti-Treating League, and drink the curse of Ireland. Anti-treating is about the size of it. Gob, he'd let you pour out all manner of drink down his throat till the Lord would call him before you'd ever see the froth of his pint. And one night I went in with a fellow into one of their musical evenings, song and dance, about she could get up on a truss of hay, she could, my Maureen lay, and there was a fellow with a ballyhooly, blue ribbon badge spiffing off at him in Irish, a whole lot of Colleen bonds going about with temperance beverages and selling medals and oranges and lemonade and a few old dry buns. Gob! Flahulak entertainment, don't be talking. Ireland sober is Ireland free. And then an old fellow starts blowing into his bagpipes, and all the gougers shuffling their feet to the tune of the old cow died of, and one or two sky pilots having an eye around that there was no goings-on with the females hitting below the belt. So how and ever, as I was saying, the old dog, seeing the tin was empty, starts mousing around by Joe and me. I'd train him by kindness, so I would, if he was my dog. Give him a rousing fine kick now and again where it wouldn't blind him.
Afraid he'll bite you?
Says the citizen, jeering. No, says I, but he might take my leg for a lamppost. So he calls the old dog over. What's on you, Gary? Says he. Then he starts hauling and mauling and talking to him in Irish. The old Towser growling, letting on to answer like a duet in the opera. Such growling you never heard as they let off between them. Someone that has nothing better to do ought to write a letter pro bono publico to the papers about muslin orders for a dog like that, growling and grousing, his eye all bloodshot from the drought is in it and the hydrophobia dropping out of his jaws. All those who are interested in the spread of human culture among the lower animals, and their name is Legion, should make a point of not missing the really marvelous exhibition of synanthropy given by a famous old Irish red setter wolf dog, formerly known by the sobriquet of Gary Owen, and recently christened by his large circle of friends and acquaintances as Owen Gary. The exhibition, which is the result of years of training by kindness and a carefully thought out dietary system, comprises, among other achievements, the recitation of verse. Our greatest living phonetic expert, wild horses shall not drag it from us, has left no stone unturned in his efforts to elucidate and compare the verse recited and has found it bears a striking resemblance, the italics are ours, to the rands of ancient Celtic bards. We are not speaking so much of those delightful love songs with which the writer who conceals his identity under the graceful pseudonym of Little Sweet Branch has familiarized the book-loving world, but rather, as contributor DOC points out in an interesting communication published by an evening contemporary, of the harsher and more personal note, which is found in the satirical effusions of the famous Raftery and of Donald McConsidine, to say nothing of more modern lyrists at present very much in the public eye. We subjoin a specimen which has been rendered into English by an eminent scholar whose name for the moment we are not at liberty to disclose, though we believe that our readers will find the topical allusion rather more than an indication. The metrical system of the canine original, which recalls the intricate alliterative and isosyllabic rules of Welsh England, is infinitely more complicated, but we believe our readers will agree that the spirit has been well caught. Perhaps it should be added that the effect is greatly increased if Owen's verse be spoken somewhat slowly and indistinctly, in a tone suggested of a suppressed rancor. The curse of my curses 7 days every day, and 7 dry Thursdays on you, Barney Kiernan, has no sup of water to cool my courage and my guts red roaring after Lowry's lights.
So JJ puts in a word, doing the toff about one story was good, till you heard another, and blinking facts, and the Nelson policy. Putting her blind eye to the telescope, and drawing up a bill of attainder to impeach a nation, and Bloom trying to back him up, moderation and botheration, and their colonies and their civilization. Their civilization, you mean, says the citizen. To hell with them. The curse of a good-for-nothing god lights sideways on the bloody thick-lugged sons of whores gets. No music and no art and no literature worthy of the name. Any civilization they have, they stole from us, tongue-tied sons of bastards' ghosts. The European family, says JJ. They're not European, says the citizen. I was in Europe with Kevin Egan of Paris. You wouldn't see a trace of them or their language anywhere in Europe except in a cabinet des Aunts. And says John Wise, full many a flower is born to blush unseen. And says Lenehan, that knows a bit of the lingo, Conspuis les Anglais, perfide Albion, he said, and then lifted he in his rude, great, brawny, strengthy hands the mether of dark, strong, foamy ale, and, uttering his tribal slogan, Love dier Gabu, he drank to the undoing of his foes, a race of mighty, valorous heroes, rulers of the waves, who sit on thrones of alabaster, silent as the deathless gods. What's up with you? Says I to Lenehan. You look like a fellow that had lost a bob and found a tanner. Gold cup, says he. Who won, Mr. Lenehan? Says Terry. Throw away, says he. At 20 to 1, a rank outsider, and the rest nowhere. And Base's mare? Says Terry. Still running, says he. We're all in a cart. Boylan plunged 2 quid on my tip scepter for himself and a lady friend. I had half a crown myself, says Terry, on Zinfandel that Mr. Flynn gave me, Lord Howard de Walden's. 20 to 1, says Lenehan. Such is life in an outhouse. Throw away, says he, takes the biscuit, and talking about bunions. Frailty, thy name is Scepter. So he went over to the biscuit tin Bob Dorn left to see if there was anything he could lift on the nod, the old cur after him backing his luck with his mangy snout up. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard. Not there, my child, says he. Keep your pecker up, says Joe. She'd have won the money, only for the other dog. And JJ and the citizen arguing about law and history, with Bloom sticking in an odd word. Some people, says Bloom, can see the mote in others' eyes, but they can't see the beam in their own.
Jesus, I had to laugh at the way he came out with that, about the old one with the winkers on her, blind drunk in her royal palace every night of God, old Vic, with her jorum of Mountain Dew and her coachman carting her up, body and bones, to roll into bed, and she pulling him by the whiskers and singing him old bits of songs about Erin on the Rhine, and come where the booze is cheaper. Well, says JJ, we have Edward, the peacemaker now. Tell that to a fool, says the citizen. There's a bloody sight more pox than pax about that boyo, Edwin Gouliffe Wetton. Well, what do you think, says Joe, of the holy boys, the priests and bishops of Ireland, doing up his room in Maynooth in his satanic majesty's racing colors, and sticking up pictures of all the horses his jockeys rode, the Earl of Dublin, no less. They ought to stuck up all the women he rode himself, says little Alf. And says JJ, considerations of space influenced their lordship's decision. Will you try another, citizen? Says Joe. Yes, sir, says he, I will. You? Says Joe. Beholden to you, Joe, says I. May your shadow never grow less. Repeat that dose, says Joe. Bloom was talking and talking with John Wise, and he quite excited with his duckety mud-colored mug on him and his old plum eyes rolling about. Persecution, says he. All the history of the world is full of it, perpetuating national hatred among nations. But do you know what a nation means? Says John Wise. Yes, says Bloom. What is it? Says John Wise. A nation? Says Bloom. A nation is the same people living in the same place. My God, then, says Ned, laughing. If that's so, I'm a nation, for I'm living in the same place for the past 5 years. So, of course, everyone had to laugh at Bloom, and says he, trying to muck out of it, or also living in different places. That covers my case, says Joe. What is your nation, if I may ask, says the citizen. Ireland, says Bloom. I was born here, Ireland. The citizen said nothing, only cleared the spit out of his gullet, and oh gob, he spat a red bank oyster out of him right in the corner. After you with the push, Joe, says he, taking out his handkerchief to swab himself dry. Here you are, citizen, says Joe. Take that in your right hand and repeat after me the following words.
Show us over the drink, says I. Which is which? That's mine, says Joe, as the devil said to the dead policeman. And I belong to a race too, says Bloom, that is hated and persecuted. Also now, this very moment, this very instant. Gob, he near burnt his fingers with the butt of his old cigar. Robbed, says he, plundered, insulted, persecuted, taking what belongs to us by right. At this very moment, says he, putting up his fist, sold by auction in Morocco like slaves or cattle. Are you talking about the New Jerusalem? Says the citizen. I'm talking about injustice, says Bloom. Right, says John Wise. Stand up to it then with force, like men. That's an almanac picture for you. Marked for a soft-nosed bullet. Old lardy face standing up to the business end of a gun. Gob, he'd adorn a sweeping brush, so he would, if he only had a nurse's apron on him. And then he collapses all of a sudden, twisting around all the opposite, as limp as a wet rag. But it's no use, says he. Force, hatred, history, all that. That's not life for men and women. Insult and hatred. And everybody knows that it's the very opposite of that that is really life. What? Says Alf. Love, says Bloom. I mean the opposite of hatred. I must go now, says he to John Wise. Just round the court a moment to see if Martin is there. If he comes, just say I'll be back in a second. Just a moment. Who's hindering you? And off he pops like greased lightning. A new apostle to the Gentiles, says the citizen. Universal love. Well, says John Wise, isn't that what we're told? Love your neighbor. That chap, says the citizen. Beggar my neighbor is his motto. Love, Moya. He's a nice pattern of Romeo and Juliet. Love loves to love love. Nurse loves the new chemist. Constable 14A loves Mary Kelly. Gertie McDowell loves the boy that has the bicycle. MB loves a fair gentleman. Jumbo the elephant loves Alice the elephant. Old Mr. Verschoyle with the ear trumpet loves old Mrs. Verschoyle with the turned-in eye. The man in the brown Macintosh loves a lady who is dead. His Majesty the King loves Her Majesty the Queen. Mrs. Norman W. Tupper loves Officer Taylor. You love a certain person, and this person loves that other person because everybody loves somebody, but God loves everybody.
But who was Gertie? Gertie McDowell was seated near her companions, lost in thought, gazing far away into the distance, was, in very truth, as fair a specimen of winsome Irish girlhood as one could wish to see. She was pronounced beautiful by all who knew her, though, as folks often said, she was more Giltrap than McDowell. Her figure was slight and graceful, inclining even to fragility. But those iron jelloids she had been taking of late had done her a world of good, much better than the widow Welch's female pills, and she was much better of those discharges she used to get and that tired feeling. The waxen pallor of her face was almost spiritual in its ivy-like purity. Through her rosebud mouth was a genuine Cupid's bow, Greekly perfect. Her hands were a finely veined alabaster, with tapering fingers and as white as lemon juice, and queen of ointments could make them, though it was not true that she used to wear kid gloves in bed or take a milk foot bath either. Bertha Supple told that once to Edie Borman, a deliberate lie, when she was blackout at daggers drawn with Gertie. The girl chums had, of course, their little tips from time to time, like the rest of the mortals, and she told her not to let on that whatever she did, that it was that she told her, or she'd never speak to her again. No, honor where honor is due. There was an innate refinement, a languid, queenly hauteur about Gertie, which was unmistakably evidenced in her delicate hands and her high-arched instep. Had kind fate but willed her to be born a gentlewoman of high degree in her own right, and she had only received the benefit of a good education, Gertie McDowell might easily have held her own beside any lady in the land, and have seen herself exquisitely gowned with jewels on her brow and patrician suitors at her feet, vying with one another to pay their devoirs to her. Mayhap it was this, the love that might have been, that lent to her softly featured face at whiles a look tense with suppressed meaning that imparted a strange, yearning tendency to the beautiful eyes, a charm which few could resist. Why have women such eyes of witchery? Gertie's were of the bluest Irish blue, set off by lustrous lashes and dark, expressive brows. Time was when those brows were not so silkily seductive. It was Madame Verity, directress of the Woman Beautiful page of the Princess Novelette, who first advised her to try eyebrow line, which gave her that haunting expression to the eyes so becoming in leaders of fashion, and she had never regretted it. Then there was blushing scientifically cured, and how to be tall, increase your height, and you have a beautiful face, but your nose, that would suit Mrs. Dingham because she had a button one. But Gertie's crowning glory was her wealth of wonderful hair. It was dark brown with a natural wave in it. She had cut it that very morning on account of the new moon, and it nestled about her pretty head in a profusion of luxuriant clusters, and pared her nails too, Thursday for wealth. And just now, at Edie's words, as a telltale flush, delicate as the faintest rose bloom, crept into her cheeks, she looked so lovely in her sweet, girlish shyness that of a surety God's fair land of Ireland did not hold her equal.
Canon O'Hanlon put the Blessed Sacrament back into the tabernacle and genuflected, and the choir sang, Laudate omnes gentes, Dominum omnes gentes. And then he locked the tabernacle door because the benediction was over, and Father Conroy handed him his hat to put on. And Crosscat Edie asked, wasn't she coming? But Jackie Caffrey called out, oh, look, Sissy. And they all looked. Was it sheet lightning? But Tommy saw it too, over the trees behind the church. Blue, and then green and purple. It's fireworks, Sissy Caffrey said. And they all ran down the strand to see over the houses and the church. Helter-skelter, Edie with the push car with baby Broadman in it, and Sissy holding Tommy and Jackie by the hand so they wouldn't fall running. Come on, Gertie, Sissy called. It's the bizarre fireworks. But Gertie was adamant. She had no intention of being at their beck and call. If they could run like Rossies, she could sit, so she said she could see from where she was. The eyes that were fastened upon her set her pulses tingling. She looked at him a moment, meeting his glance, and a light broke in upon her. White-hot passion was in that face, passion as silent as the grave, and it had made her his. At last they were left alone without the others to pry and pass remarks, and she knew he could be trusted to the death, steadfast, a sterling man, a man of inflexible honor to his fingertips. His hands and face were working, and a tremor went over her. She leaned back far to look up where the fireworks were, and she caught her knee in her hands so as not to fall back, looking up. And there was no one to see, only him and her. And when she revealed all her graceful, beautifully shaped legs like that, supplely soft and delicately rounded, and she seemed to hear the panting of his heart, his hoarse breathing, because she too knew about the passion of men like that, hot-blooded, because Bertha Semple told her once, in dead secret, and made her swear she'd never, about the gentleman lodger that was staying with them out of the congested districts board, that had pictures cut out of papers of those skirt dancers and high kickers, and she said he used to do something not very nice that you could imagine sometimes in the bed. But this was altogether different from a thing like that, because there was all the difference, because she could almost feel him draw her face to his, and the first quick, hot touch of his handsome lips. Besides, there was absolution, so long as you didn't do the other thing before being married. And there ought to be women priests that would understand without your telling out, and Sissy Caffrey too sometimes, and that dreamy look in her eye, so that she too, my dear, and Winnie Rippingham, so mad about actors, photographs, and besides, it was on account of that other thing coming on the way it did.
And Jackie Caffrey shouted to look. There was another. And she leaned back, and the garters were blue to match, on account of the transparent. And they all saw it, and they all shouted to look. Look, there it was. And she leaned back ever so far to see the fireworks. And something queer was flying through the air, a soft thing, to and fro, dark. And she saw a long Roman candle going up over the trees, up. And in the tense hush, they were all breathless with excitement as it went higher and higher, and she had to lean back more and more to look up after it, high, almost out of sight, and her face was suffused with a divine, an entrancing blush from straining back, and he could see her other things too, nain-suck knickers, the fabric that caresses the skin, better than those other pedawit, the green 411, on account of being white. And she led him, and she saw that he saw, and then it went so high it went out of sight a moment, and she was trembling in every limb from being bent so far back that he had a full view high up above her knee, where no one ever, not even on the swing or waiting, and she wasn't ashamed, and he wasn't either, to look in that immodest way like that, because he couldn't resist the sight of the wondrous revealment half offered, like those skirt dancers behaving so immodest before gentlemen looking. And he kept on looking. She would fain have cried to him chokingly, held out her snowy, slender arms to him to come, to feel his lips laid on her white brow, the cry of a young girl's love, a little strangled cry wrung from her, that cry that has rung through the ages. And then a rocket sprang, and bang, shot, blind, blank, and oh! Then the Roman candle burst, and it was like the sigh of oh! And everyone cried, oh, in raptures, and it gushed out of it a stream of rain, gold hair threads, and they shed, and they were all greeny, dewy stars, falling with golden, oh, so lovely, oh, soft, sweet, soft. Then all melted away dewily in the grey air. All was silent. She glanced at him as she bent forward quickly, a pathetic little glance of piteous protest, of shy reproach under which he coloured like a girl. He was leaning back against the rock behind. Leopold Bloom, for it is he, stands silent, with bowed head before those young, guileless eyes. What a brute he'd been, at it again. A fair, unsullied soul had called to him, and, wretch that he was, how had he answered? An utter cad he had been, he of all men. But there was an infinite store of mercy in those eyes. For him, too, a word of pardon, even though he had erred and sinned and wandered. Should a girl tell? No. 1,000 times no. That was their secret, only theirs, alone in the hiding twilight. And there was none to know or tell, save the little bat that flew so softly through the evening, to and fro, and little bats don't tell. Sissy Caffrey whistled, imitating the boys in the football field to show what a great person she was. And then she cried, "Gertie, Gertie, we're going, come on, we can see from farther up." Gertie had an idea, one of love's little ruses. She slipped a hand into her kerchief pocket and took out the wadding and waved in reply, of course without letting him, and then slipped it back. Wonder if he's too far to... She rose. Was it goodbye? No. She had to go, but they would meet again, there, and she would dream of that till then, tomorrow, of her dream of yester-eve. She drew herself up to her full height. Their souls met in a last lingering glance, and the eyes that reached her heart, full of a strange shining, hung enraptured on her sweet flower-like face. She half smiled at him wanly, a sweet, forgiving smile, a smile that verged on tears, and then they parted. Slowly, without looking back, she went down the uneven strand to Sissy, to Edie, to Jackie and Tommy Caffrey, to little baby Boardman. It was darker now, and there were stones and bits of wood on the strand and slippy seaweed. She walked with a certain quiet dignity characteristic of her, but with care and very slowly because Gertie MacDowell was tight boots? No, she's lame. Oh!
Always a good one with Mark Moore. The next reader is not in your program, and it is Patrick Duran.
Mr. Bloom watched her as she limped away. Poor girl. That's why she's left on the shelf and the others did a sprint. Thought something was wrong by the cut of her jib. Jilted beauty. A defect is 10 times worse in a woman, but makes them polite. Glad I didn't know it when she was on show. Hot little devil, all the same. I wouldn't mind. Curiosity like a nun or a negress or a girl with glasses. That squinty one is delicate. Near her monthlies, I expect. Makes them feel ticklish. I have such a bad headache today. Where did I put the letter? Yes, all right. All kinds of crazy longings, licking pennies, girl in Tranquilla Convent that nun told me liked to smell rock oil. Virgins go mad in the end, I suppose. Sister, how many women in Dublin have it today? Martha, she, something in the air. That's the moon. But then, why don't all women menstruate at the same time, with the same moon, I mean? Depends on the time they were born, I suppose. Or all start scratch, then get out of step. Sometimes Molly and Millie together. Anyhow, I got the best of that. Damn glad I didn't do it in the bath this morning over her silly "I will punish you" letter. Made up for that tram driver this morning, that gouger McCoy stopping me to say nothing, and his wife, engagement in the country, Valis, voice like a pickaxe. Thankful for small mercies, cheap too, yours for the asking. Because they want it themselves, their natural craving, shoals of them every evening poured out of offices. Reserve better. Don't want it, they throw it at you. Catch 'em alive, oh. Pity they can't see themselves. A dream of well-filled hose. Where was that? Ah, yes, mutoscope pictures in Capel Street, for men only. Peeping Tom, Willie's hat and what the girls did with it. Do they snapshot those girls, or is it all a fake? Lingerie does it. Felt for the curves inside her deshabille. Excites them also when they're, I'm all clean, come and dirty me. And they like dressing one another for the sacrifice, Millie delighted with Molly's new blouse. At first, put them all on to take them all off. Molly, why I bought her the violet garters. Us too, the tie he wore, his lovely socks and turned up trousers. He wore a pair of gaiters the night that first we met. His lovely shirt was shining beneath his, what of jet? Say a woman loses a charm with every pin she takes out. Pinned together. Oh, Mary lost the pin of her. Dressed up to the nines for somebody, fashion part of their charm. Just changes when you're on the track of the secret, except the East. Mary, Martha, now as then, no reasonable offer refused. She wasn't in a hurry either, always off to a fellow when they are. They never forget an appointment. Out on spec, probably. They believe in chance because, like themselves, and the others inclined to give her an odd dig, girlfriends at school, arms around each other's necks or with 10 fingers locked, kissing and whispering secrets about nothing in the convent garden, nuns with whitewashed faces, cool coifs and their rosaries going up and down, vindictive too for what they can't get, barbed wire. Be sure now and write to me, and I'll write to you, now won't you? Molly and Josie Powell. Till Mr. Wright comes along, then meet once in a blue moon. Tableau. Oh, look who it is, for the love of God, how are you at all? What have you been doing with yourself? Kiss, and delighted to kiss, to see you. Picking holes in each other's appearance. You're looking splendid. Sister souls, showing their teeth at one another. How many of you left? Wouldn't lend each other a pinch of salt. Ah.
Up next to read, he is on your schedule once on the Abbey Theatre stage in Dublin. He's even in the 2003 film of Ulysses, Bloom. How many of us are in that film? Not me, none of you, but Mal White is. Mal White, everybody.
Before born, babe bliss had. Within womb one he worship. Whatever in that one case done, commodiously done was. A couch by midwives attended, with wholesome food reposeful, cleanest swaddles, as though forth-bringing were now done, and by wise foresight set. But to this no less of what drugs there is need, and surgical implements which are pertaining to her case, not omitting aspect of all very distracting spectacles in various latitudes by our terrestrial orb, offered together with images, divine and human, the cogitation of which by seduled females is to tumescence conductive, or eases issue in the high, sun-bright, well-built, fair home of mothers, when, ostensibly far gone and reproductive, it is come by her thereto to lie in, her term up. Some man that wayfaring was, stood by house door at night's oncoming. Of Israel's folk was that man, that on earth wandering far had fared, stark Ruth of man, his errand that him lone led till that house. Of that house a horn is lord. 70 beds keeps he there. Teeming mothers are wont that they lie for to thaw and bring forth bairns hale. So God's angel to Mary quoth, watches tway their walk, white sisters in ward sleepless, smarts they still, sickness soothing. In 12 moons thrice 100, truest bedthanes they twain are, for horn holding wariest ward. In ward, wary the watcher hearing, come that man, mild-hearted eft, rising with swiry wimple to him, her gates wide undid. Lo, leven leaping, lightens in eye blink, Ireland's westward welkin. Full she drabbed that God the Reeker all mankind would fordo with water for his evil sins. Christ's rood made she on breastbone, and him drew that he would wrath in fair under her thatch. That man, her will wotting wealthful, went in Horn's house. Loath to irk in Horn's, hat holding, the seeker stood. On her stow he ere was living with dear wife and lovesome daughter, that then over land and sea floor 9 years had long outwandered. Once, her in townhithe meeting, he to her bow had not doffed. Her to forgive now he craved, with good ground of her allowed, that of him with swift seen face, hers so young then had looked. Light swift her eyes kindled, bloom of blushes his word winning. As her eyes then ongot his weeds, swart therefore sorrow she feared. Glad after she was that e'er a dread was. Her asked if O'Hare doctor tidings sent from far coast, and she, with grameful sigh, him answered that O'Hare doctor in heaven was. Sad was that man to that word to hear, that him so heavied in bells ruthful. All she there told him, ruing death for friend so young, algate sore, unwilling God's right wiseness to with say. She said that he had a fair sweet death through God his goodness, with mass priests to be shriven, holy housel, and sick men's oil to his limbs. The man then, right earnest, asked the nun, of which death the dead man was died. And the nun answered him and said that he was died in Mona Island through belly crab 3 years agone come Childemas. And she prayed to God the all-truthful to have his dear soul in his undeathliness. He heard her sad words. In held hat sat staring. So stood they both a while, in one hope, sorrowing one with another. Therefore, every man, look to that last end that is thy death, and the dust that gripeth on every man that is born of woman. For as he came naked forth from his mother's womb, so naked shall he wend him at the last, for to go as he came.
See, we had to bring out the big gun for the before Born Babe Bliss had speech. We're going to take another break for 15 minutes. 5 o'clock, we'll be back out here again reading for the final hour of readings, and then after that, we'll have some singers from AVA who will do a song. Kirsten Quinn will come out and do her Molly reading, and then another song to finish the day. The house is still open for another hour. The house is going to close at 6 o'clock, just so you know. So When Molly starts, the house will be closed for the rest of the day. So enjoy the house, enjoy yourselves. See you in 15 minutes. Okay, everyone, we are in the home stretch. Let's get started. Alexander J. Dowie, violently. Fellow Christians and anti-Bloomites, the man called Bloom is from the roots of hell, a disgrace to Christian men, a fiendish libertine from his earliest years. This stinking goat of Mendez gave precocious signs of infantile debauchery, recalling the cities of the plain with a dissolute grandam. This vile hypocrite, this bronzed with infamy, is the white bull mentioned in the Apocalypse. A worshiper of the scarlet woman. Intrigue is the very breath of his nostrils. The stake faggots and the cauldron of boiling oil are for him. Caliban. The mob. Lynch him! Roast him! He's as bad as Parnell was! Mr. Fox! Mother Grogan throws her boot at Bloom. Several shopkeepers from the upper and lower Dorset Street throw objects of little or no commercial value: ham bones, condensed milk tins, unsaleable cabbage, stale bread, sheep's tails, odd pieces of fat. Bloom, excitedly. This is midsummer madness, some ghastly joke again. By heaven, I am guiltless as the unsun snow. It was my brother Henry. He is my double. He lives at number 2 Dolphin's Barn. Slander, the viper has wrongfully accused me. Fellow countrymen, Shagul Marabata Koshka Khan Kapul. I call on my old friend, Dr. Malachi Mulligan, sex specialist, to give medical testimony on my behalf. Dr. Mulligan, in motor jerkin, green motor goggles on his brow. Dr. Bloom is bisexually abnormal. He has recently escaped from Dr. Eustace's private asylum for demented gentlemen. Born out of bedlock, hereditary epilepsy is present, the consequence of unbridled lust. Traces of elephantiasis have been discovered among his ascendants. There are marked symptoms of chronic exhibitionism. Ambidexterity is also latent. He is prematurely bald from self-abuse, perversely idealistic in consequence, a reformed rake, and he has metal teeth.
In consequence of a family complex, he has temporarily lost his memory, and I believe him to be more sinned against than sinning. I have made a pervaginal examination, and after application of the acid test to 5,427 anal, axillary, pectoral, and pubic hairs, I declare him to be Virgo intacta. Bloom holds his high-grade hat over his genital organs. Dr. Madden. Hypospadea is also marked. In the interest of coming generations, I suggest that the parts affected should be preserved in spirits of wine in the National Teratological Museum. Dr. Crothers. I have examined the patient's urine. It is albuminoid. Salivation is insufficient. The patellar reflex intermittent. Dr. Punch Costello. The fetor judaicus is most perceptible. Dr. Dixon reads from a bill of health. Professor Bloom is a finished example of the new womanly man. His moral nature is simple and lovable. Many have found him a dear man, a dear person. He is a rather quaint fellow on the whole, coy, though not feeble-minded in the medical sense. He has written a really beautiful letter, a poem in itself, to the court, missionary of the Reformed Priests Protection Society, which clears up everything. He's practically a total abstainer, and I can affirm that he sleeps on a straw litter and eats the most Spartan food, cold, dried grocer's peas. He wears a hair shirt of pure Irish manufacturer, winter and summer, and scourges himself every Saturday. He was, I understand, at one time a first-class misdemeanant in the Glencree Reformatory. Another report states that he was a very posthumous child. I appeal for clemency in the name of the most sacred word our vocal organs have ever been called upon to speak. He is about to have a baby. General commotion and compassion. Women faint. A wealthy American makes a street collection for Bloom. Gold and silver coins, blank checks, bank notes, jewels, treasury bonds, maturing bills of exchange, IOUs, wedding rings, watch chains, lockets, necklaces, and bracelets are rapidly collected. Bloom. Oh, I so want to be a mother.
From left upper entrance with 2 gliding steps, Henry Flower comes forward to left front center. He wears a dark mantle and drooping plumed sombrero. He carries a silver-stringed inlaid dulcimer and a long-stemmed bamboo Jacob's pipe. Its clay bowl fashioned as a female head. He wears dark velvet hose and silver-buckled pumps. He has the romantic savior's face with flowing locks, thin beard, and mustache. His spindle legs and sparrow feet are those of the tenor Mario's, Prince of Candia. He settled down his goffered ruffs and moistens his lips with a passage of his amorous tongue. Henry, in a low dulcet voice, touching the strings of his guitar, "There is a flower that bloometh." Virag, truculent, his jowls set, stares at the lamp. Grave Bloom regards Zoe's neck. Henry Gallant turns with pendant dewlap to the piano. Stephen, to himself, "Play with your eyes shut, imitate Pa, filling my belly with husks of swine. Too much of this. I will arise and go to my... Expect this is the... Steve, thou art in a parlous way. Must visit old Deasy or telegraph. Our interview of this morning has left on me a deep impression. Though our ages... We'll write fully tomorrow. I'm partially drunk, by the way." He touches the keys again. Minor chord comes now. Yes. Not much, however. Almedano Artifoni holds out a baton roll of music with vigorous mustache work. Artifoni. "Ci rifletta, le rovina tutto." Flori. "Sing us something. Love's old sweet song." Stephen. No voice. "I am a most finished artist." Lynch, did I show you the letter about the lute? Flori, smirking. "The bird that can sing and won't sing." The Siamese twins, Philip Drunk and Philip Sober, 2 Oxford dons with lawnmowers, appear in the window embrasure. Both are masked with Matthew Arnold's face.
Zoe twirls round herself, heel tapping. Dance? Anybody here for there? Who'll dance? Clear the table. The pianola, with changing lights, plays in waltz time the prelude of My Girl's a Yorkshire Girl. Stephen throws his ash plant on the table and seizes Zoe round the waist. Florrie and Bella push the table towards the fireplace. Stephen, arming Zoe with exaggerated grace, begins to waltz her round the room. Bloom stands aside. Her sleeve, falling from gracing arms, reveals a white flesh flower of vaccination. Between the curtains, Professor McGinney inserts a leg on the toe point of which spins a silk hat. With a deft kick, he sends it spinning to his crown and, jaunty-hatted, skates in. He wears a slate frock coat with claret silk lapels, a gorget of cream tulle, a green low-cut waistcoat, stock collar with white kerchief, tight lavender trousers, patent pumps, and canary gloves. In his buttonhole is an immense dahlia. He twirls in reversed directions a clouded cane, then wedges it tight in his oxter. He places a hand lightly on his breastbone, bows, and fondles his flower and buttons. McGinney. The poetry of motion, art of calisthenics, no connection with Madame Leggett Burns or Levinston's. Fancy dress balls arranged. Deportment, the Caddy Lanner step. So, watch me, my terpsichorean abilities. He minuets forward 3 paces on tripping bee's feet. Tout le monde en avant, révérence, tout le monde en place. The prelude ceases. Professor Goodwin, beating vague arms, shrivels, sinks, his live cape falling about the stool. The air in firmer waltz time sounds. Stephen and Zoe circle freely. The lights change, glow, fade, gold, rosy, violet. The pianola. 2 young fellows were talking about their girls, 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 sweethearts they'd left behind. From a corner, the morning hours run out, gold-haired, slim-sandaled, in girlish blue, wasp-waisted, with innocent hands. Nimbly they dance, twirling their skipping ropes. The hours of noon follow in amber gold. Laughing, linked, high hair combs flashing, they catch the sun in mocking mirrors, lifting their arms. McGinney clip-claps glove-silent hands. Carré, avant deux, breathe evenly, balance. The morning and noon hours waltz in their places, turning, advancing to each other, shaping their curves, bowing vis-a-vis. Cavaliers behind them arch and suspend their arms, with hands descending to, touching, rising from their shoulders. Ours. You may touch my. Cavaliers, may I touch your? Ours. Oh, but lightly. Cavaliers, oh, so lightly. The pianola. My little shy little lass has a waist. Zoe and Stephen turn boldly with looser swing. The twilight hours advance from long land shadows, dispersed, lagging, languid-eyed, their cheeks delicate with chypria and false faint bloom. They are in gray gauze, with dark bat sleeves that flutter in the land breeze. McGinney. Avant oui, traverser, salut, cours de main, croiser. The night hours, one by one, steal to the last place. Morning, noon, and twilight hours retreat before them. They are masked with daggered hair and bracelets of dull bells. Weary, they kerchy under veils. The bracelets. Hi-ho, hi-ho. Zoe, twirling her hand to her brow. Oh, McGinney. Le tiroir, chaîne de dame, la corbeille, dos à dos. Arabesquing wearily, they weave a pattern on the floor, weaving, unweaving, curtsying, twirling, simply swirling.
The couples fall aside. Stephen whirls giddily. Room whirls back. Eyes closed, he totters. Red rails fly spacewards. Stars all around, suns turn roundabout. Bright midges dance on walls. He stops dead. Stephen. Ho! Stephen's mother, emaciated, rises stark through the floor, in leper gray with a wreath of faded orange blossoms and a torn bridal veil, her face worn and noseless, green with grave mold. Her hair is scant and lank. She fixes her blue-circled hollow eye sockets on Stephen and opens her toothless mouth, uttering a silent word. A choir of virgins and confessors sing voicelessly. The choir. Liliata rutilantium te confessorum iubilantium te virginum. From the top of a tower, Buck Mulligan, in parti-colored jester's dress of puce and yellow and clown's cap with curling bell, stands gaping at her, a smoking, buttered, split scone in his hand. Buck Mulligan, she's beastly dead. The pity of it. Mulligan meets the afflicted mother. He upturns his eyes. Mercurial Malachi. The mother, with the subtle smile of death's madness. I was once the beautiful May Goulding. I am dead. Stephen, horror-struck. Lamer, who are you? No, what boogeyman's trick is this? Buck Mulligan shakes his curling cap bell. The mockery of it. Kinch dog's body killed her bitch body. She kicked the bucket. Tears of molten butter fall from his eyes on the scone. Our great, sweet mother, epi oinopa ponton. The mother comes nearer, breathing upon him softly, her breath of wetted ashes. All must go through it, Stephen. More women than men in the world. You too. Time will come. Stephen, choking with fright, remorse, and horror. They say I killed you, Mother. He offended your memory. Cancer did it, not I. Destiny. The mother, a green rill of bile trickling from a side of her mouth. You sang that song to me, love's bitter mystery. Stephen, eagerly. Tell me the word, Mother, if you know now, the word known to all men. Who saved you the night you jumped into the train at Dalkey with Paddy Lee? Who had pity for you when you were sad among the strangers? Prayer is all-powerful. Prayer for the suffering souls in the Ursuline Manual and 40 days indulgence. Repent, Stephen. Stephen, the ghoul, hyena. The mother, I pray for you in my other world. Get Dilly to make you that boiled rice every night after your brain work. Years and years I loved you, oh my son, my firstborn when you lay in my womb. Zoe, fanning herself with the great fan. I'm melting. Florrie points to Stephen. Look, he's white. Bloom goes to the window to open it more. Giddy. The mother with smoldering eyes. Repent, oh, the fire of hell. Stephen, panting. His non-corrosive sublimate, the corpse-chewer, raw head and bloody bones.
The horse. Nurse. Oh, Bloom. Good night. I'll just wait and take him along on a few. Corny Kelleher returns to the outside car and mounts it. The horse harness jingles. Corny Kelleher, from the car, standing, "Night, Bloom, night." The Jarvey chucks the reins and raises his whip encouragingly. The car and horse back slowly, awkwardly in turn. Corny Kelleher, on the side seat, sways his head to and fro in sign of mirth at Bloom's plight. The Jarvey joins in the mute pantomimic merriment nodding from the further seat. Bloom shakes his head in mute mirthful reply. With thumb and palm, Corny Kelleher reassures that the two bobbies will allow the sleep to continue for what else is to be done. With a slow nod, Bloom conveys his gratitude, as that is exactly what Stephen needs. The car jingles tooraloom round the corner of the tooraloom lane. Corny Kelleher again reassuralooms with his hand. Bloom with his hand assuralooms Corny Kelleher that he is reassumalatoomte. The tinkling hooves and jinkling harness grow fainter with their tooraloo lulule. Bloom, holding in his hand Stephen's hat festooned with shavings and ash plant, stands irresolute. Then he bends to him and shakes him by the shoulder. Bloom, oh! There is no answer. He bends again. Mr. Daedalus? There is no answer. The name, if you call Sun Ambulance? He bends again and, hesitating, brings his mouth near to the face of the prostrate form. Stephen! There is no answer. He calls again. Stephen! Stephen groans. Who? Black Panther vampire. He sighs and stretches himself, then murmurs thickly with prolonged vowels. Who drive Fergus now, and Pierce Wood's woven shade? He turns on his left side, sighing, doubling himself together. Bloom, poetry, well-educated, pity. He bends again and undoes the buttons of Stephen's waistcoat. To breathe, he brushes the wood shavings from Stephen's clothes with light hands and fingers. 1 pound 7, not hurt anyhow. He listens. What? Stephen murmurs. Shadows, the woods, bright breast, dim. He stretches out his arms, sighs again, and curls his body. Bloom, holding his hat and ash plant, stands erect. A dog barks in the distance. Bloom tightens and loosens his grip on the ash plant. He looks down on Stephen's face and form. Bloom communes with the night. Face reminds me of his poor mother in the shady wood, the deep white breast. Ferguson, I think I caught. A girl, some girl, best thing could happen him, he murmurs. Swear that I will always hail, ever conceal, never reveal any art or arts, he murmurs. In the rough sands of the sea, a cable to his length from the shore, where the tide ebbs and flows. Silent, thoughtful, alert, he stands on guard, his fingers at his lips in the attitude of a secret master. Against the dark wall, a figure appears slowly, a fairy boy of 11, a changeling, kidnapped, dressed in an Eton suit with glass shoes and a little bronze helmet, holding a book in his hand. He reads from right to left inaudibly, smiling, kissing the page. Bloom, wonderstruck, calls inaudibly, Rudy. Rudy gazes unseeing into Bloom's eyes and goes on reading, kissing, smiling. He has a delicate mauve face. On his suit, he has diamond and ruby buttons. In his free left hand, he holds a slim ivory cane with a violet bow knot. A white lambkin peeps from his waistcoat pocket.
And our final change to the program, the reader, this is David Tice.
Preparatory to anything else, Mr. Bloom brushed off the greater bulk of the shavings and handed Stephen the hat and ash plant and bucked him up generally in orthodox Samaritan fashion, which he very badly needed. Stephen's mind, was not exactly what you would call wandering, but a bit unsteady. And on his expressed desire for some beverage to drink, Mr. Bloom, in view of the hour it was, and there being no pump of archery water available for their ablutions, let alone their drinking purposes, hit upon an expedient by suggesting off the reel the propriety of the cabman's shelter, as it was called, hardly a stone's throw away near Butt Bridge, where they might hit upon some drinkables in the shape of a milk and soda or a mineral. But how to get there was the rub. For the nonce, he was rather nonplussed, but inasmuch as the duty plainly devolved upon him to take some measures on the subject, he pondered suitable ways and means, during which Stephen repeatedly yawned. So far as he could see, he was rather pale in the face, so that it occurred to him as highly advisable to get a conveyance of some description which would answer in their then condition, both of them being ed, particularly Stephen, always assuming that there was such a thing to be found. Accordingly, after a few such preliminaries as brushing, in spite of his having forgotten to take up his rather soapsuddy handkerchief after it had done yeoman service in the shaving line, they both walked together along Beaver Street, or more properly Lane, as far as the farrier's, and the distinctly fetid atmosphere of the livery stables at the corner of Montgomery Street, where they made tracks to the left from thence, debouching into Amiens Street, round by the corner of Dan Bergen's. But as he confidently anticipated, there was not a sign of a Jehu plying for hire anywhere to be seen, except a four-wheeler, probably engaged by some fellows inside on the spree, outside the North Star Hotel, and there was no symptom of its budging a quarter of an inch when Mr. Bloom, who was anything but a professional whistler, endeavored to hail it by emitting a kind of whistle, holding his hands arched over his head twice. This was a quandary, but bringing common sense to bear on it, evidently there was nothing for it but put a good face on the matter and foot it, which they accordingly did. So, beveling around by Mullet's in the signal house, which they shortly reached, they proceeded perforce in the direction of Amiens Street Railway terminus, Mr. Bloom being handicapped by the circumstances that one of the back buttons of his trousers had, to vary the time-honored adage, gone the way of all buttons. Though entering thoroughly into the spirit of the thing, he heroically made light of the mischance. So as neither of them were particularly pressed for time as it happened, and the temperature refreshing since it cleared up after the recent visitation of Jupiter Pluvius, they dandered along past by where the empty vehicle was waiting without a fare or a jarvey. And it so happened a Dublin United Tramway Company's sandstrewer happened to be returning, and the elder man recounted to his companion, apropos of the incident, his own truly miraculous escape of some little while back. They passed the main entrance of the Great Northern Railway Station, the starting point for Belfast, where of course all traffic was suspended at that late hour, and passing the back door of the morgue, a not very enticing locality, not to say gruesome to a degree, more especially at night, ultimately gained the Dock Tavern, and in due course turned into Store Street, famous for its C Division police station. Between this point and the high, at present unlit warehouses of Beresford Place, Stephen thought to think of Ibsen, associated with Baird's The Stonecutters in his mind, somehow in Talbot Place. First turning on the right, while the other was acting as his fidus actis, inhaled with internal satisfaction the smell of James Rourke's City Bakery, situated quite close to where they were. The very palatable odor indeed of our daily bread, of all the commodities of the public, the most primary and most indispensable. Bread, the staff of life, earn your bread. Oh, tell me where's fancy bread? At Rourke's the baker's, it is said.
Mr. Bloom and Stephen entered the cabman shelter, an unpretentious wooden structure where, prior to then, he had rarely, if ever, been before. The former, having previously whispered to the latter a few hints, and that the keeper of it, said to be the once famous Skin the Goat, Fitzharris, the invincible, though we could not vouch for the actual facts, which quite possibly there was not one vestige of truth in. A few moments later saw our two noctambules safely seated in a discreet corner, only to be greeted by stares from the decidedly miscellaneous collection of waifs and strays and other nondescript specimens of the genus Homo, already there engaged in eating and drinking, diversified by conversation, for whom they seemingly formed an object of marked curiosity. Now touching a cup of coffee, Mr. Bloom ventured to plausibly suggest to break the ice. It occurs to me you ought to sample something in the shape of solid food, say a roll of some description. Accordingly, his first act was, with characteristic sang-froid, to order these commodities quietly. The hoi polloi of Jarvies or stevedores or whatever they were, after a cursory examination, turned their eyes, apparently dissatisfied, away, although one red-bearded, bibulous individual, portion of whose hair was grayish, a sailor probably, still stared for some appreciable time before transferring his rapt attention to the floor. Mr. Bloom, availing himself of the right of free speech, he having just a bowing acquaintance with the language in dispute, though to be sure in a quandary over volio, remarked to his protege in an audible tone of voice apropos of the battle royal in the street, which was still raging fast and furious. A beautiful language, I mean for singing purposes. Why do you not write your poetry in that language? Bellet poetria. It's so melodious and full belladonna volio. Well, Stephen, who was trying his dead best to yawn if he could, suffering from lassitude generally, replied, to fill the ear of a cow elephant, they were haggling over money. Is that so, Mr. Bloom asked. Of course, he subjoined pensively at the inward reflection of there being more languages to start with than were absolutely necessary. It may be only the southern glamour that surrounds it. The keeper of the shelter in the middle of this tete-a-tete put a boiling swimming cup of a choice concoction labeled coffee on the table and a rather antediluvian specimen of a bun, or so it seemed, after which he beat a retreat to his counter. Mr. Bloom, determining to have a good square look at him later on so as not to appear to, for which he encouraged Stephen to proceed with his eyes while he did the honors by surreptitiously pushing the cup of what was temporarily supposed to be called coffee gradually nearer. Sounds are impostures, Stephen said after a pause of some little time, like names. Cicero, Podmore, Napoleon, Mr. Goodbody, Jesus, Mr. Doyle. Shakespeare's were as common as Murphy's. What's in a name? Yes, to be sure, Mr. Bloom unaffectedly concurred. Of course. Our name was changed too, he added, pushing the so-called roll across.
The red-bearded sailor, who had his weather eye on the newcomers, boarded Stephen, whom he had singled out for attention in particular, squarely by asking, "And what might your name be?" Just in the nick of time, Mr. Bloom touched his companion's boot, but Stephen, apparently disregarding the warm pressure from an unexpected quarter, answered, "Daedalus." The sailor stared at him heavily from a pair of drowsy, baggy eyes, rather bunged up from excessive use of booze, preferably good old Hollands and water. "You know Simon Daedalus?" he asked at length. "I've heard of him," Stephen said. Mr. Bloom was all at sea for a moment, seeing the others evidently eavesdropping too. "He's Irish," the seaman bold affirmed, staring still in much the same way and nodding. All Irish. All too Irish, Stephen rejoined. As for Mr. Bloom, he could neither make head or tail of the whole business, and he was just asking himself what possible connection, when the sailor, of his own accord, turned to the other occupants of the shelter with the remark, "I seen him shoot 2 eggs off 2 bottles at 50 yards over his shoulder. The left-hand dead shot." Though he was slightly hampered by an occasional stammer, and his gestures being also clumsy as it was, still, he did his best to explain. "Bottles out there, say, 50 yards measured, eggs on the bottles. Cocks his gun over his shoulder, aims."
He turned his body half around, shut up his eye completely. Then he screwed his features up some way sideways and glared out into the night with an unprepossessing cast of countenance. "Palm," he shouted once. The entire audience waited, anticipating an additional detonation, there being still a further egg. "Palm," he shouted twice. Egg 2 evidently demolished. He nodded and winked, adding bloodthirstily, "Buffalo Bill shoots to kill. Never missed, nor he never will." A silence ensued till Mr. Bloom, for agreeableness' sake, just felt like asking him whether it was for a marksmanship competition like the Bisley. "Beg pardon," the sailor said. "Long ago," Mr. Bloom pursued, without flinching a hairbreadth. "Why," the sailor replied, relaxing to a certain extent under the magic influence of diamond cut diamond, "it might be a matter of 10 years. He toured the wide world with Hengler's Royal Circus. I seen him do that in Stockholm." "Curious coincidence," Mr. Bloom confided to Steve unobtrusively. "Murphy's my name," the sailor continued. "D.B. Murphy of Carrigalo. You know where that is?" "Queenstown Harbor," Stephen replied. "That's right," the sailor said. "Fort Camden and Fort Carlisle. That's where I hails from. I belongs there. That's where I hails from. My little woman's down there. She's waiting for me, I know. For England, home, and beauty. She's my own true wife. I haven't seen for 7 years, sailing about."
The horse was just then, and later on, at a propitious opportunity he purposed, Bloom did, without any way prying into his private affairs on the fool's step in where angels principle, advising him to sever his connection with a certain budding practitioner who, he noticed, was prone to disparage and even, to a slight extent, with some hilarious pretext, when not present, deprecate him, or whatever you like to call it, in which Bloom's humble opinion threw a nasty sidelight on that side of a person's character, no pun intended. The horse, having reached the end of his tether, so to speak, halted, and rearing high and proud, feathering tail, added his quota by letting fall on the floor, which the brush would soon brush up and polish, 3 smoking globes of turds. Slowly, 3 times, one after another, from a loud crupper he mired, and humanely his driver waited till he or she had ended, patient in his scythed car. Side by side, Bloom, profiting by the contretemps with Stephen, passed through the gap of the chains, divided by the upright, and stepping over a strand of mire, went across towards Gardner Street lower, Stephen singing more boldly, but not loudly, the end of the ballad. Und alle Schiffe brücken. The driver never said a word, good, bad, or indifferent, but merely watched the two figures as he sat on his low-backed car. Both black, one full, one lean, walked towards the railway bridge to be married by Father Marr. As they walked, they at times stopped and walked again, continuing their tete-a-tete, which of course he was utterly out of, about sirens, enemies of man's reason, mingled with a number of other topics of the same category, usurpers, historical cases of the kind, while the man in the sleeper car, or you might as well call it in the sleeper car, who in any case couldn't possibly hear because they were too far, simply sat in his seat near the end of Lower Gardner Street and looked after their low-backed car.
Our little history lesson. Back in 1992, we think it was, there were some local authors. Chaim Potok was one of them. Some actors and some lovers of Ulysses realized, hey, you know, the Joyce Ulysses manuscript is here at the Rosenbach. Let's have a Bloomsday reading. And they did, and that was the first one that they had at the old Borders bookshop, which is no longer there, on Chestnut. And then it very quickly moved here to the Rosenbach, and we've been celebrating Bloomsday ever since. And one of those actors who was there for that first reading to organize that was our next reader, a wonderful, lovely friend of the Rosenbach and great actor, Michael Toner.
Thank you. And the late, great author, Chaim Potok, was also a first reader at the bookstore with myself, Brucey McDaniel, and Dennis Gilday. What an honor. Ithaca. Why would a recurrent frustration the more depress him? Because at the critical turning point of human existence, he desired to amend many social conditions, the product of inequality and avarice and international animosity. He believed then that human life was infinitely perfectible. Eliminating these conditions, there remained the generic conditions imposed by natural, as distinct from human law, as integral parts of the human whole. The necessity of destruction to procure alimentary sustenance, the painful character of the ultimate functions of separate existence, the agonies of birth and death, the monotonous menstruation of simian and particularly human females extending from the age of puberty to the menopause, inevitable accidents at sea in mines and factories, certain painful maladies and the resultant surgical operations, innate lunacy and congenital criminality, reminds me of a certain person we have, decimating epidemics, catastrophic cataclysms which make terror the basis of human mentality, seismic upheavals, the epicenters of which are located in densely populated regions, the fact of vital growth through convulsions of metamorphosis from infancy through maturity to decay. Why did he desist from speculation? Because it was a task for a superior intelligence to substitute other more acceptable phenomena in the place of the less acceptable phenomena to be removed. Did Stephen participate in his dejection? He affirmed his significance as a conscious, rational animal, proceeding syllogistically from the known to the unknown, and a conscious, rational reagent between a micro and a macrocosm, ineluctably constructed upon the incertitude of the void. Did Stephen participate in his dejection? Oh, sorry, jump there. Was this affirmation apprehended by Bloom? Not verbally, substantially. What comforted his misapprehension that as a competent keyless citizen, he had proceeded energetically from the unknown to the known through the incertitude of the void. In what order of precedence, with what attendant ceremony, was the exodus from the house of bondage to the wilderness of inhabitation effected? Lighted candle and stick, borne by Bloom. Diaconal hat on ash plant, borne by Stephen. With what intonation secreto of what commemorative psalm? The 113th, Modus Peregrinus, in exitu Israel de Egypto, domus Jacob de popolo barbaro. What did each do at the door of egress? Bloom set the candle on the floor. Stephen put the hat on his head. For what creature was the doer of egress a doer of ingress? For a cat. What spectacle confronted them when they, first the host, then the guest, emerged silently, doubly dark, from obscurity by a passage from the rear of the house into the penumbra of the garden? The heaven tree of stars, hung with humid, night blue fruit. No.
By what reflections did he, a conscious reactor against the void of incertitude, justify to himself his sentiments? The preordained frangibility of the hymen, the presupposed intangibility of the thing in itself, the incongruity and disproportion between the self-prolonged tension of the thing proposed to be done and the self-abbreviating relaxation of the thing done, the fallaciously inferred debility of the female, the muscularity of the male, the variations of ethical codes, the natural grammatical transition by inversion involving no alteration of sense of an aortist preterite proposition, parsed as a masculine subject, monosyllabic, onomatopoeic, transitive verb with direct feminine object, from the active voice into its correlative aortist preterite proposition, parsed as a feminine subject, auxiliary verb, and quasi-monosyllabic, onomatopoeic past participle with complementary masculine agent in the passive voice. The continued product of seminators by generation, the continual product of semen by distillation, the futility of triumph or protest or vindication, the inanity of extolled virtue, the lethargy of nescient matter, the apathy of the stars. In what final satisfaction did these antagonistic sentiments and reflections, reduced to their simplest forms, converge? Satisfaction at the ubiquity in eastern and western terrestrial hemispheres, in all habitable lands and islands, explored or unexplored, the land of the midnight sun, the islands of the blessed, the isles of Greece, the land of promise, of adipose anterior and posterior female hemispheres, redolent of milk and honey, and of excretory sanguine and seminal warmth, reminiscent of secular families of curves of amplitude, insusceptible of moods of impression or of contrarieties of expression, expressive of mute, immutable, mature animality. The visible signs of anti-satisfaction, an approximate erection, a solicitous aversion, a gradual elevation, a tentative relevation, a silent contemplation. Then, he kissed the plump, mellow, yellow, smellow melons of a rump on each plump, melanous hemisphere in their mellow, yellow furrow with obscure, prolonged, provocative, melon-smellinous osculation. The visible signs of post-satisfaction, a silent contemplation, a tentative velation, a gradual abasement, a solicitous aversion, approximate erection.
We are going to take a break for a few minutes, and right at 6 o'clock is Music and Molly. See you in a few minutes. Ready? Okay, everyone. We're going to get going with a little music, and then Molly. This year we have performers from the Academy of Vocal Arts, which is just around the corner, and the accompanist is Sarah Toon, the mezzo-soprano is Dawson Franzino, and the baritone is Jacob Haynes. And then a little later for Love's Old Sweet Song, we'll have Jasmine Ismail as soprano. So take it away.
Orsù, non perdiam tempo in questo istante. Io ti voglio sposare. Vai. Certo io. La casinetto è mio. Soli saremo. E la gioiello mio. Ci sposeremo. Ci darem la mano, la mi dirai di sì, vedi non è lontano, partiam ben mio da qui. Vorrei e non vorrei, mi trema un poco il cuor, felice versarei, ma popolarmi ancor, Vieni mio bel diletto, mi fa vita masetto, io cangerò tua sorte. Questo non son più forte, non son più forte, non son più forte. Vieni, ci darem la mano. Vorrei e non vorrei, la mi dirai di sì. Mi trema un poco, partiam ben mio da qui. Popolarmi ancor, mi fa vita masetto, io cangerò tua sorte. Non son più forte, non son più forte, non son più forte. Andiam, andiam, mio bene, ristorar le pene, innocente amor. Andiam, mio bene, ristorar le pene, innocente amor. Andiam.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kelsey Bates. I'm the director of the Rosenbach, and I want to thank all of you for being here. Thank you. I have to say, I think if you took the Rosenbach and you plonked it down into any other city, you would not see half the participation that we have here. So thank you, Philadelphia. I also want to acknowledge the tree. Can we all look at this tree for a moment? I don't know if you remember, but this tree used to be much taller. It came down a couple of years ago, and we finally got it replanted. And you know that they say the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago or today. Well, in 20 years, this tree will shade us all. But in the meantime, I want to thank all of you for sticking with us as we've tried to figure out the shade situation. We've been so blessed today, though, with a fantastically beautiful day. So it's just been wonderful. So yeah, thanks. You can clap for the weather. That's fine. I want to thank a few people before we move on to our finale. First of all, I want to thank the Rosenbach staff, and I want to particularly call out Chelsea Sands, who's the project manager for Bloomsday. I also want to thank our sponsors. I want to thank the Consulate General of Ireland's Immigrant Support Program, who sponsored today's event. I want to thank Lenny Steiner and Perry Lerner for their sponsorship, and Lenny Steiner for her leadership of Bloomsday. Give them a huge round of applause. And every year in January, we have Burns Night, so please come back for that. On Burns Night, we have the South Jersey Celtic Society, and they hand us a check, and that check supports Bloomsday. So we like to anchor our events here with Celtic music and literature. So thank you to the South Jersey Celtic Society for your sponsorship. Kirsten Quinn is an actor and a college professor. She has performed at various theaters throughout Philadelphia and the surrounding areas, including the Wilma and the Lantern. She's a co-founder and producer for the Irish Heritage Theatre and has done many Irish plays with the company, including Molly Sweeney, for which she won the Philadelphia Critics Award for Best Actress. She is a Lindback Distinguished Teaching Award nominee and a Telly Award-winning educational TV host. We are delighted to welcome back here Kirsten Quinn as Molly Bloom.
Because he never did a thing like that before. Has to ask to get his breakfast in bed with a couple of eggs since the City Arms Hotel, when he used to be pretending to be laid up with a sick voice doing his highness to make himself interesting for that old faggot, Mrs. Reardon, that he thought he had a great leg of. And she never left us a farthing. All for the masses, herself in her soul, greatest miser ever. Was actually afraid to lay out 4 pence for methylated spirit, telling me all her ailments. Oh, she had too much chatting her about politics and earthquakes and the end of the world. Let's have a bit of fun first. God help the world if all the women in it were her sort, down on bathing suits and low necks. Of course, nobody wanted her to wear them. Well, and I suppose she was pious because no man would look at her twice. I hope I'll never be like her. I hate having a long wrangle in bed. Or else, if it's not that, it's some little bitch or other he got in with somewhere or picked up on the sly. If they only knew him as well as I do. Yes, because the day before yesterday, he was scribbling something, a letter, when I came into the front room to show him Dingham's death in the paper. Oh, as if something told me. And he covered it up with a blotting paper, pretending to be thinking about business. So, very probably that was it. To somebody who thinks she has a softie in him. Because all men get a bit like that at his age, especially getting on 40 he is now, so as to wheedle any money she can out of him. No fool like an old fool. Yes. Because he couldn't possibly do without it so long, so he must do it somewhere. And the last time he came on my bottom, when was it? Oh, the night that Byron gave my hand a great squeeze going along the talca. In my hand there steals another. I just press the back of his like that with my thumb to squeeze back, singing, "The young May moon, she's beaming love." Why can't you kiss a man without going and marrying him first? Like, you sometimes love too widely when you feel that way. It's so nice all over, you can't help yourself. I wish some man or other would take me sometime when he's there and kiss me in his arms. Oh, there's nothing like a kiss, long and hot down to your soul, almost paralyzes you. And I hate that confession I used to go to with Father Corrigan. He touched me, Father. And what harm if he did? Where? And I said, on the canal bank. Like a fool. But whereabouts on your person, my child? On the leg behind. High up, was it? Yes, rather high up. Was it where you sit down? Yes. Oh, Lord. Couldn't he just say bottom right out and have been done with it? And what has that got to do with it? Well, and did you, whatever way you put it, I forget. No, Father. And I always think of the real Father. What did he want to know when I already confessed it to God? He had a nice fat hand, the palm moist always. I wouldn't mind feeling it. Neither was he, I'd say, by the bull neck in his horse collar. I wonder, did he know me in the box? Oh, I could see his face. He couldn't see mine. Of course, he never turned or let on. Still, his eyes were red when his father died. But they're lost for a woman, of course. Must be terrible when a man cries, let alone them. I'd like to be embraced by one. In his vestments. And the smell of incense coming off him. Like the Pope. Besides, there's no danger with a priest if you're married. He's too careful with himself. I wonder, was he satisfied with me? You know, one thing I didn't like was his slapping me behind, going away so familiarly in the hall. Though I laughed. I'm not a horse or an ass, am I? I suppose he was thinking of his father. I wonder, is he awake thinking of me, or dreaming? Am I in it? Who gave him that flower he said he bought? He smelled like some kind of drink. Not whiskey or stout, or perhaps the sweetie kind of paste that they stick their bills up with. Some liqueur. Huh? I'd like to sip those rich-looking green and yellow expensive drinks, those stage-door Johnnies drink with the opera hats. I tasted one with my finger. I dipped out of that American and had all that squirrel talking about stamps with father. He had all he could do to keep himself from falling asleep after the last time we took port and potted meat. Had a fine salty taste. Yes. Because I felt lovely and tired myself, and fell asleep as sound as a top the moment I popped straight into bed till that thunder woke me up. Ah, God be merciful to us. I thought the heavens were coming down about us to punish us when I blessed myself and said a Hail Mary. Like those awful thunderbolts in Gibraltar, as if the world was coming to an end. And then they come and tell you there's no God. Wait, there's George's church bells. Wait, at 3/4 of an hour. Wait, 2 o'clock. Well, that's a nice hour of the night for him to be coming home at anybody, climbing down into the area. If anybody saw him, I'll knock him off that little habit tomorrow. First, I'll look at his shirt to see. Or I'll see if he has that French letter still in his pocketbook. I suppose he thinks I don't know deceitful men. You know, all their 20 pockets aren't worth all their lies. Then, why should we tell them? Well, even if it's the truth, they don't believe you. They tucked in bed like those babies in the aristocrat's masterpiece. He brought me another time, as if we hadn't had enough of that in real life without some old aristocrat or whatever his name is disgusting you more with them rotten pictures. Children with 2 heads and no legs. You know, that's the kind of villainy they're always dreaming about, with what not another thought in their empty heads. They ought to get slow poison, the half of them. Then tea and toast, buttered on both sides, and new laid eggs. I suppose I'm nothing anymore. When I wouldn't let him lick me in Hollis Street one night, man, tyrant as ever. For the one thing, he slept on the floor half the night, naked, the way the Jews used to, and somebody dies belonged to them, and wouldn't eat any breakfast or speak a word, wanting to be petted. So I thought I stood out enough for one time, and I let him. He does it all wrong, too. Thinking only of his own pleasure. His tongue is too flat or something. I don't know what. He forgets that we, and then I, don't. Well, I'll make him do it again if he doesn't mind himself, and lock him down to sleep in the coal cellar with the black beetles. I wonder, was it her? Josie, off her head. The barmaid, he does. Of course, his wife is always sick or gonna be sick or just getting better of it, and has a good-looking man still, though he's getting a bit grey over the years. You know, they're a nice lot, all of them. Well, they're not going to get my husband again in their clutches if I can help it. Making fun of him behind his back? I know well when he goes on with his idiotic, because he has sense enough not to squander every penny piece down their gullets and looks after his wife and family. Good for nothings. Ah, poor Paddy Dingham all the same. You know, I'm sorry in a way for him. Now, what are his wife and 5 children going to do unless he was insured? Comical little teetotum, always stuck up in some pub corner, and her son waiting. Bill Bailey, won't you please come home? What was the good in going into mourning for what was neither one thing or another? Well, the first cry was enough for me. I heard the death watch, too, ticking in the wall. Of course, he insisted on going into mourning for the cats. I suppose he's a man by this time. He was an innocent boy then, and a darling little fellow in his Lord Fauntleroy suit and curly hair, like a prince on the stage when I saw him at Matt Dillon's. He liked me too. I remember. They all do. Wait, by God, yes, wait. Hold on. Now, he was in the cards this morning when I laid out the deck. Union with a young stranger, neither dark nor fair you met before. Well, I thought it meant him, but he's no chicken nor a stranger either. Besides, my face was turned the other way. What was the 7th card after that? The 10 of spades for a journey by land. And then there was a letter on its way, and scandals too. The 3 queens and 8 of diamonds for a rise in society. Yes, wait, it all came out. And 2 red 8s for new garments. And didn't I dream something too? Yes. Yes, there was something about poetry in it. And I hope he hasn't long greasy hair and his eyes are standing up like a red Indian. What do they go about like that for, only getting themselves and their poetry laughed at? I always liked poetry when I was a girl. First, I thought he was a poet, like Lord Byron, and not an ounce of it in his composition. I thought he was quite different. I wonder, is he too young? No, he was about, 88. I was married 88. Millie is 15, yesterday. 89. What age was he at Dillon's? 5 or 6, about 88. Well, I suppose he's 20 or more. Well, I'm not too old for him if he's 23 or 24. I hope he's not that stuck-up university sort. No. Otherwise, he wouldn't go about sitting down in the old kitchen with him taking Epps cocoa and talking. Of course, he pretended to understand it all. Probably told him he was out of Trinity College. Well, he's very young to be a professor. I hope he's not a professor like Goodwin was. He was a patent professor of John Jameson. all right about women in their poetry. Well, I suppose he won't find many like me. Where softly sighs of love the light guitar, where poetry is in the air, the blue sea and the moon shining so beautifully, coming back on the night boat from Tarifa, the lighthouse at Europa Point. Ah, the guitar that fella played was so expressive. Will I ever go back there again? All new faces, two glancing eyes, a lattice hid. I'll sing that for him. Oh, they're my eyes if he's anything of a poet. Two eyes as darkly bright as love's own star. Aren't those beautiful words? As love's own star. It'll be a change, Lord knows, to have an intelligent person to talk to about yourself. Not always listening to him and Billy Prescott's ad and Keyes' ad and Tom the Devil's ad. Then if anything goes wrong in their business, we have to suffer. I'm sure he's very distinguished. God, I'd like to meet a man like that. Ah, not those other ruck. Besides, he's young. Those fine young men I could see down in Margate Strand bathing place, from the side of the rock, standing up in the sun, naked like a god or something, and then plunging into the sea with them. Why aren't all men like that? Well, there'd be some consolation for a woman. Like that lovely little statue he bought. I could look at that all day long. Curly head and his shoulders, his finger up for you to listen. Now there's real beauty in poetry for you. I often felt I wanted to kiss him all over. Also, his lovely young cock there. So simple. Oh, I wouldn't mind taking him in my mouth if nobody was looking, as if it was asking you to suck it. So clean and white he looks, with his boyish face. Well, I would, in half a minute. Even if some of it went down. What? What? It's only like gruel or the dew. And there's no danger. Besides, he'd be so clean compared to those pigs of men, I suppose never dream of washing it from one year's end to the other, the most of them. Only that's what gives the women the mustaches. I'm sure it'll be grand if I can only get in with a handsome young poet at my age. I'll throw him the first thing in the morning till I see if the wish card comes out. Or I'll try pairing the lady herself and see if he comes out. I'll read and study all I can find, or learn a bit off by heart if I knew who he likes, so he won't think me stupid. If he thinks that all women are the same, and I can teach him the other parts, I'll make him feel all over him till he half faints under me. Then he'll write about me. Lover and mistress. Publicly, too. Now, with our 2 photographs and all the papers when he becomes famous. No, but what am I going to do about him, though? No, that's no way for him. Has he no manners, no refinement, nor no nothing in his nature? Slapping us behind like that on the bottom because I didn't call him Hugh. That ignoramus doesn't know poetry from a cabbage. That's what you get for not keeping them in their proper place. pulling off his shoes and his trousers there on the chair before me, so barefaced, without even asking permission. And standing out that vulgar way in half of a shirt they wear to be admired, like a priest or a butcher or those old hypocrites in the time of Julius Caesar. Of course, he's right enough to pass away the time like a joke. Well, sure, you might as well be in bed with what? With a lion. God, I'm sure he'd have something better to say for himself, a lion would. Oh well, I suppose it's because that they were so plump and tempting in my short little petticoat. Couldn't resist. May excite myself sometimes. It's all well for men, the amount of pleasure they get off a woman's body. I mean, we're so round and white for them always. Well, I wish I was one myself for a change. Just try with that thing they have swelling up on you so hard and so soft at the same time when you touch it. My Uncle John has a thing long. I heard those corner boys saying, passing the corner of Marlborough Lane. My Aunt Harry has a thing, Harry. Oh, Aunt Mary, sorry. Because it was dark and they knew a girl was passing. Didn't make me blush. I shouldn't either. It's only nature. And he puts his thing long in my Aunt Mary's Harry, etc. It turns out to be that you put a handle in a sweeping brush. And again, all over. You know, they can pick and choose what they please. A married woman or a fast widow or a girl for their different tastes. Like those houses round behind Irish Street. No, but we're to be always chained up. Well, they're not chaining me up. No damn fear. Once I start, I tell you, for their husband's jealousy, why can't we all remain friends over it instead of quarreling? Her husband found it out, what they did together. Well, naturally. And if he did, can he undo it? He's Coronado, whatever he does. And then he go into the other mad extreme about the wife in Fair Tyrants. Of course, the man never even casts a second thought on the husband or the wife either. It's the woman he wants, and he gets her. What else were we given all these desires for, I'd like to know? I can't help it if I'm young still, can I? It's a wonder I'm not an old shriveled hag before my time living with him. So cold. Never embracing me, except sometimes when he's asleep. The wrong end of me. Not knowing, I suppose, who he has. Any man that'd kiss a woman, her bottom, I'd throw my hat at him. After that, he'd kiss anything unnatural where we haven't one atom of any kind of expression in us. All of us the same. 2 lumps of lard before ever I do that to a man. Dirty brutes. The mere thought is enough. I kiss the feet of you, senorita. Now, there's some sense in that. Didn't he kiss our hall door? Yes, he did. What a madman! Nobody understands his cracked ideas but me. Still, of course, a woman wants to be embraced 20 times a day, almost to make her look young, no matter by who, so long as to be in love or loved by somebody, if the fella you want isn't there. Sometimes, by Lord God, I was thinking I would go around the quays there somewhere, some dark evening, where nobody'd know me, and pick up a sailor off the sea that'd be hot on for it, and not care a pin who I was, only to do it off up in a gate somewhere. Or one of those wild-looking gypsies in Rathfarnham had their camp pitch near the Bloomfield laundry to try and steal our things if they could. I only send my things there for the name. Model laundry, sending me back over and over some old one's odd stockings. That blackguard-looking fella with the fine eyes, peeling a switch, attack me in the dark and ride me up against the wall without a word. Or a murderer. Anybody. What they do themselves. They're the fine gentlemen in their silk hats. That KC lives up somewhere this way. Coming out of Hardwick Lane the night he gave us the fish supper on account of winning over the boxing match. Of course, it was for me he gave it. I knew him by his gaiters and the walk. And when I turned round a minute after, just to see, there was a woman coming out of it too. Some filthy prostitute. Then he goes home to his wife after that. Only I suppose half of those sailors are rotten again with disease. Oh, move over, you big carcass of a man, for the love of Mike. God, listen to him. The winds that waft my sighs to thee. So well he may sleep and sigh, the great suggester Don Poldo de la Flora. If he knew how he came out in the cars this morning, he'd have something to sigh for. A dark man in some perplexity between 2 sevens, 2 in prison for Lord knows what he does. That I don't know. And I'm to be slooching around in the kitchen to get his lordship his breakfast while he's rolled up like a mummy. Will I indeed? Did you ever see me running? I just like to see myself at it. Show 'em attention, and they treat you like dirt. Well, I don't care what anybody says. It'd be a much better world to be governed by the women in it. You wouldn't see women going and killing and slaughtering one another. When do you ever see women rolling around drunk like they do? Or gambling every penny they have and losing it on the horses? Yes, because a woman, whatever she does, she knows where to stop. Sure, they wouldn't be in the world at all, only for us. But they don't know what it is to be a woman or a mother. How could they? Where would they, all of them, be if they hadn't all a mother to look after them? What I never had. That's why I suppose he's running wild now. Out at night away from his books and studies and not living at home on account of the usual rowy house, I suppose. Well, it's a poor case that those that have a fine son like that, they're not satisfied. And I none. Was he not able to make one? But it wasn't my fault we came together when I was watching the 2 dogs up in her behind in the middle of the naked street. That disheartened me altogether. I suppose I oughtn't have buried him in little woolly jacket I knitted, crying as I was. I'd give it to some poor child. But I knew well we'd never have another. Our first death, too. We were never the same since. Now, I'm not going to think myself into the glooms about that anymore. I wonder why he wouldn't stay the night. I felt all the time it was somebody strange he brought in instead of roving around the city meeting God knows who, and night walkers and pickpockets. His poor mother wouldn't like that if she was alive. Ruin himself for life, perhaps. Still, it's a lovely hour. So silent. I used to love coming home after dances. The air of the night. No, they have friends they can talk to. We've none either. He wants what he won't get, or it's some woman ready to stick a knife in you. I hate that in women. No wonder they treat us the way they do. We're a dreadful lot of bitches. I suppose it's all the troubles we have makes us so snappy. I love flowers. Oh, I'd love to see the whole place swimming in roses. God of in heaven, there's nothing like nature. The wild mountains and the sea and the waves rushing and the beautiful country with the fields of oats and wheat and all kinds of things. And all the fine cattle going about that you would do your heart good to see. Rivers and lakes and flowers. All sorts of shapes and smells and colors springing up, even out of the ditches. Primroses and violets nature is. As for them saying there's no God, I wouldn't give a snap of my fingers for all their learning. Why don't they go and create something, I often asked them. Atheists, or whatever they call themselves. Go and wash the cobbles off themselves first. And then they go on howling for a priest, and they dying. And why? Why? Because they're afraid of hell on account of their bad conscience. Oh yes, I know him well. Who was the first person in the universe before there was anybody that made it all? Who? Huh? Well, that they don't know. Neither do I. So there you are. Yeah, they might as well try to stop the sun rising tomorrow. The sun shines for you, he said. The day that we were lying among the rhododendrons on Half Head in the grey tweed suit and his straw hat. The day I got him to propose to me. Yes. First, I gave him a bit of seed cake out of my mouth. And it was a leap year, like now, yes. 16 years ago. My God, after that long kiss, I near lost my breath, yes. He said I was a flower of the mountain. Yes. And so we are flowers, all a woman's body, yes. That was the one true thing he said in his life. And the sun shines for you today. Yes. That was why I liked him. because I saw he understood or felt what a woman is. And I knew I could always get around him. And I gave him all the pleasure I could, leading him on till he asked me to say yes. And I wouldn't answer first, only looked out over the sea and the sky. God, I was thinking of so many things he didn't know of. Malvy and Mr. Stanhope and Hester and Father and old Captain Groves and the sailors playing All Birds Fly, and I say stoop and washing up dishes, and they called it on the pier, and the sentry in front of the governor's house with the thing round his white helmet, poor devil, half roasted, and the Spanish girls laughing in their shawls and their tall combs, and the auctions in the morning, and the Greeks and the Jews and the Arabs and the devil knows who else from all ends of Europe, and Duke Street and the fowl market all clucking outside Larby Sharon's, and the poor donkeys slipping half asleep, and the vague fellas in their cloaks asleep in the shade on the steps, and the big wheels of the carts of the bulls, and the old castle thousands of years old, yes, and those handsome Moors all in white and turbans like kings, asking you to sit down in their little bit of a shop, and Rhonda with the old windows of the posadas, two glancing eyes, a lattice hid for her lover to kiss the iron, and the wine shops half open at night, and the castanets, and the night we missed the boat at Algeciras, the watchman going about serene with his lamp. Oh, that awful deep down current and torrent. Oh, and the sea, crimson sometimes like fire, and the glorious sunsets and the fig trees in the Alameda Gardens, yes, and all the queer little streets, and the pink and blue and yellow houses, and the rose gardens, and the jessamine, and the geraniums, and the cactuses, and Gibraltar as a girl where I was a flower of the mountain, yes. When I put a rose in my hair, like the Andalusian girls used, or shall I wear a red? Yes. And how he kissed me under the Moorish wall, and I thought, well is him as another. And then I asked him with my eyes to ask again, yes. And then he asked me, would I say yes? My mountain flower. And first I put my arms around him, yes. And I drew him down to me so he could feel my breasts, all perfume, yes. And his heart was going like mad. And yes, I said, yes, I will. Yes.
Happy Bloomsday. We'll see you next year. Thank you all.